Yeah, I was trying to unmute myself.
Okay, okay.
All right, hello
How you
everyone.
doing?
Hi,
How are you?
David. Hello, yes.
Hello.
I want to call the meeting to order at 6:15 p.m. or 6:17 p.m. at this point. Welcome. Let me give you a little bit about the meeting logistics. Thank you for coming to today's meeting, September 8, 2021. This meeting is being recorded and the recording will be available on our PRNC YouTube page as well as our website, prnc.org. All meeting attendees will be automatically muted when they join the meeting. Attendees may address the board in one or two situations. Number one, comment on an agenda item, or number two, provide general public comment. After each agenda item is read out loud and before a board vote is taken on that item, if any, I will ask if any member of the public wishes to address the board regarding the agenda item being considered. At that time, the meeting attendees can electronically raise their hand to speak. This is done as follows. If you are attending the meeting using a telephone only, or if you are attending the meeting via a computer, tablet, but still using a telephone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9 on your phone. That will prompt the presiding officer that you wish to speak. If you are attending the meeting, use a computer or tablet only, and thus using the computer tablet built-in microphone, then you raise your hand by using the raise hand function in Zoom, and I will see that you wish to speak. I will go down the list to those who raise their hand, turn on their audio one at a time, and ask him or her to go ahead and provide comment within a specific period of time. When a speaker's time expires, I will let the speaker know that her or his time has expired, thank them for their comment, and turn off their audio for that speaker. This process will continue until all attendees who have raised their hands spoken. At that time, the board will discuss the motion and take a vote if they choose. For public comment, as noted in the meeting agenda, there is an item dedicated to public comment on items not on the agenda, but within the purview of the board. When the items come up during the course of the meeting, I will ask if any member of the public wishes to address the board regarding any issue that is not on the agenda, but is within the domain of the board's action and capabilities. At that time, the meeting attendees can electronically raise their hand to speak using the same procedures described above. Please note that under the Brown Act, the board is prevented from discussing or acting on a matter that is brought to its attention during the general public comment period. However, the issue raised by the member of the public may become the subject of a future board meeting. Public comments is limited to 2 minutes per speaker unless adjusted by the presiding officer at his or her discretion. Let's do roll call, please. Secretary.
Okay, so I have David Lasher,
Here.
David Balin,
Present.
Jason Hector,
Here.
Luis Ramirez,
I'm here. Present.
Becky Levesque, Becky Levesque,
Absent.
absent. Jennifer Ibrahim,
Here.
Voss Singh,
Present.
Christine Demerchant, I'm present. Gabriel Canlian.
Here.
Okay, so we have 6 present and we have quorum to proceed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let's start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody can raise. I'll take the lead.
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge
allegiance
Yes.
to the flag
of the
United
United
States
States of America,
And to the
to the
republic
republic
Public.
which it
for which
stands,
it stands,
flag
one
one
nation,
nation, under
Under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
liberty
and
and
justice.
justice for
justice
all.
for all.
Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, we got to
you.
practice that.
You're right. We gotta be on cue, all of us.
That was ugly.
It's a Zoom.
The Zoom makes it pretty difficult.
All right, let's move on. Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone has been staying safe and healthy. I welcome everyone for coming out to tonight's meeting. Our agenda is full. I want to start off by a moment of silence for the 3,000 men and women who lost their lives on September 11th, 2001. None of us will forget that date, along with the 13 US service members who were killed recently in the Afghanistan attacks. Thank you. Sad days in the world these days, right? First of all, I want to announce that PRNC is having the annual retreat on September 30th at 6:15. I welcome everyone to attend. I truly had hoped that this would have been an in-person meeting, but unfortunately, due to COVID, it will be a Zoom meeting again. We will be having a short discussion later in the agenda regarding the retreat. Also, we will be voting on the 11th board member on the 30th, which will be replacing Miran Kalajian, who resigned end of last month. I encourage everyone who is interested in joining PRNC to apply by September 28th. Please send your applications to the secretary by emailing her at secretary@prnc.org. I also want to welcome all committees to start planning their first committee meetings and set up your committee members. If any stakeholders are interested in any committees, please contact the chairs, which can be found on our website, and launch the meetings. I encourage everyone to participate in the committees that you have passions for. Due to time limitations, let me proceed to the next agenda. Next agenda is updates from representatives of elected officials and city departments. Let me share my screen real quick with the agenda, and then I'll let in the public officials. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, I see. Yeah, Frances has her hand up. Let me ask her. Oh, she needs to come in, doesn't she? All right, Colin, the floor is yours from CD12.
Hey, everybody, Colin Cruz, District Director for Councilmember John Lee here. Gabriel, I know you had reached out regarding the council member attending tonight so that he could swear in the new member after the vote. He wanted to be here from the beginning, but he is currently in a meeting. But I'm gonna shoot him a text as we get closer to that moment, and hopefully he can, we'll see if he can jump off and do the honors on that. In recent legislation, the council member put forth an anti-street racing motion, which is targeted at making it illegal to promote, aid, or abet the gathering of persons as spectators at street races. The city attorney is going to be reporting back to the council about the feasibility of enacting such a motion in the next few weeks. Our office is also working closely with our state partners, as well as California Highway Patrol regarding increasing penalties for people involved in street racing, both as a participant, and as a spectator, because these things gather crowds, and that's part of the reason why they happen. Also, in rental assistance, the city is partnering with the state to allow Angelitos to access additional state and federal rental assistance funds. The new agreement will allow Angelitos to tap into the $5.2 billion in emergency rental relief the state received from the federal government recently. So all landlords and renters eligible should be able to receive it. The state is actually going to be responsible for processing the applications and distributing the relief funds. If you're eligible, you can apply for the emergency assistance through the state at housingiskey.com, or you can call 833-430-2122. And then last but not least, we all know that since the start of COVID in March of last year, the homeless encampment situation throughout the city has, metastasized incredibly, frankly, due to our lack of being able to perform cleanup operations and proper outreach operations. Back in June, the council member pushed through a measure which would resume cleanup operations throughout the city. That was ultimately passed. And as of yesterday, we had our first Care Plus or comprehensive cleanups in the district since March of last year. So we got some locations taken care of. And I think just as important as the actual cleanups, part of the legislation that was passed requires, requires really extensive outreach from LAHSA prior to the cleanups and on the day of the cleanups. So essentially all of the outreach that we had been doing prior to COVID and during COVID has been doubled, because now every time a location is entered into to be a cleanup location, LAHSA has to go multiple times prior to the cleanup. They have to be there the day of the cleanup. And we've already seen some results, not just in terms of just, getting the sidewalk clear, but getting people some assistance. So that is a big step in the right direction. We have a long way to go, obviously, with the homelessness crisis in Los Angeles. And we have more locations than I've seen in my time with the office, which is pretty extensive at this point, as far as locations that need addressing to get the sidewalks clear and to get the people the help they need. And I think that's what I got for you tonight.
Thank you, Colin. Any
Thank you.
board member 7, Jason?
Hey, Colin, I just want to give a shout out to Merca. If you could let the councilman know, I was in Limekiln Canyon and noticed, the trash is just becoming a problem. And immediately Merca decided to set up a clip, and it's going to be on the 18th. And I think that's so awesome how she just made it happen right away. So I wanted to, thank and make sure you put a good word in with. She's doing a great job, and she's also helping us with Limekiln Canyon, getting the dead trees cleaned up. So she's been. We're still working on it, and hopefully, continue. But I just wanted to put in a plug for Merca and Matt Hernandez for coming out to our cleanup as well. So thank you guys, and Matt Viasea as well came out to clean up the sanitation department. And it just means a lot when you guys come out and come to our events, and it means a lot. So I want to thank you guys.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, our team tries to be as boots on the ground as possible, and Merca and Matt all do a great job. And I will also see you at the cleanup on the 18th.
Thank you. Any other board members? All right, I see Patty Gluck has her hand up. 1 second, please.
Hi.
Patty?
Oh, thank you. I have a question. There's a resolution in City Council right now in the Rules Committee about a letter to the CPUC regarding LISO capacity. And I'm wondering, when should we expect to see that before the whole City Council? Thank you.
I'm not sure. Like you said, it's in committee, and that's not one that the council member chairs. Obviously, he is, he's advocating for our communities. But I don't know, again, since he's not the chair, I'm not sure what the status of it actually moving out of the committee. Obviously, we work closely on anything ALISO related with the council members' colleagues and their staff. But I can certainly ask about that. And if you want to shoot me an email, I can pass it along to our legislative team, and they can check on it as well.
Yeah, thank you, because the last resolution took 17 months, and tomorrow morning, many of us are going to be speaking before the CPUC about this very issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as you know, the council member did get the last resolution passed calling on the governor to close the facility.
17 months.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Khan? I don't see any other raised hands. Thank you, sir, for coming. And you're going to stick around for item number 8 then?
Yes,
I'd like to-
absolutely, absolutely. I'm gonna do my best to see if he can break away from his meeting so he can join us.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other elected officials or city departments? I don't see any raised hands. All right, we can move on. Next item on the agenda is public comments that are not on the agenda and within the purview of the board. And I already see raised hands and Patty Gluck. Go
Thank
for
you
it, Patty.
again. I just want to clarify what was discussed last month about the air monitoring system that was part of the Aliso Canyon consent decree announced 37 months ago. The Aliso Fund Committee took a lot of time before finally holding a town hall a year ago, even after prodding from the Health Study CAG and Assam, who used to be your board president. And these lawyers claim COVID was the reason for delay, but that doesn't explain a whole year between getting the money and the lockdown. And the AQMD was tasked to select a vendor as the timeline established an early June date for this decision. I sent an email to the AQMD because we hadn't heard anything. And this email I sent July 22nd. I asked for an update and I CC'd this board. And you guys got the response I saw because you posted Andrea's response that was sent to me on your website. The CAG feels that these BTEX monitors are an essential tool so that the community will know how much of the carcinogens we're being exposed to. And this data can actually be used for the health study when they finally get installed. And even DPH agreed with the CAG about the importance of these, but they don't have any authority to move this matter along. So I don't understand why the PRNC hasn't been as engaged about this very important issue about our health since Assam resigned. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Assad?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, members of the board. First, I wish you all a happy Rosh Hashanah. May it bring you peace, health, happiness, and prosperity to all of our community, and above all, a safe year. Second, it's a simple item. So as you may be aware, the Los Angeles City Council Redistricting Commission is working on adjusting our districts. And there is a meeting this upcoming Saturday, September the 11th at 10 a.m. I can share with Christine the logistics of how to log in and all that. This is important because the city council is going to be considering the adjustment of all our borders as a council district and possibly as a neighborhood council. So that's one item in there. And along the side, as you're aware, the specific plan for the Chatsworth Porter Ranch is also being revised. So I'll bring it to your attention so that maybe the land use committee and the beautification landscape committee work together to address how the new Porter Ranch on its own specific plan will look. It's projected for the year 2030, but the committees are meeting and discussing now. Besides that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Assad. Glenn Bailey, floor is yours.
Good evening, Glenn Bailey. First, just wanted to point out, because it is on your agenda twice, that your board retreat and the Civic University on September 30th are both happening at the same time. So just wanted to be aware of that because I think you were probably going to have some folks attending that. What I wanted to comment on was regarding the Valley Alliance and Neighborhood Councils. Just a reminder that the monthly meeting is tomorrow night. The featured speaker is a city council member, although not a Valley council member, but is someone who probably doesn't have an opportunity to hear much from Valley Neighborhood Council leaders. So I would, and his name is Kevin De Leon. So I would suggest that we, welcome him, but also listen to what he has to say, and of course, let him know how we feel in the Valley. And if you missed last month's meeting where we met the new general manager of the Department of Animal Services, that meeting is recorded on Zoom. The link is posted on the webpage for the Neighborhood Council Alliances. That's at lancc.org, the LANC web page for alliances, down at the bottom towards for V for VANC. And you can listen to that general manager's introductory comments, and for that matter, any of the meetings since we went virtual, and have recordings of them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. And I know that I think I see Dr. Nordella here. Dr. Nordella, you still want to speak real quick? If you do, please raise your hand. Okay. He actually reached out to me, but it was after the cutoff. He wanted to make 1 or 2 announcements, and I was unable to agendize him, but I am going to give him a 3-minute public comment period. Sorry?
Hold on, let me allow him to talk. It seems like something's up with.
Okay, I'm gonna
wait,
give him a 3-minute time to speak. We cannot ask him questions, but he did mention if you have any questions, you may email him. I'll give the email address now, and then he'll provide the same after, which is jbnuclamd@gmail.com. So this is a public comment, and Dr. Nordella, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to do this. I just wanted to come back to the community and announce that I'm doing a small study probe in regards to COVID-19 and looking at a new test that came out by LabCorp called a semi-quantitative antibody specifically to the spike protein receptor binding domain. And we're going to divide in 4 cohorts of people who have not had the vaccine, who have not had the virus, who have had the virus, who have had the vaccine, and who have had both. And we're looking at the number in units per cc of blood per the response from the patients. It's simple if you want to get involved in this. You just absolutely put your name, first name, last name, your date of birth, your phone number, and your address, including the zip, and you send it to that email. A order will be placed at LabCorp. It will go into their central server. You will report to a LabCorp draw station near you. You do not need to fast. You will have your blood drawn. I will get the results, and I'm contacting the patients to do a quick survey to see what cohort they are in. So we're just trying to look at the numbers of the robust versus non-robust response to the different patients. Now, what I'd like to do with the 91326 area code is create a second sub-study and look at their response because you've been exposed to so many toxins, and we all know it does affect immunity. And it would be very interesting to put you against a non-exposed group, which would be the other as a control, to look at your numbers compared to others. So the test should be picked up by your insurance. You will be registered as a self-pay because I do not want to get into people's insurance. I get paid $0 for this. I have no financial motive to do this. It's not being sponsored by any drug company, any research organization, just to obtain the data and to try to address some of the things that seem to be lacking in our scientific foundation, at least in my opinion. So again, you just send the information off. You will be registered. You will be contacted about 48 hours after you have your blood drawn. And then the data will be collected and analyzed, and a town hall will be held at the end.
Thank you, Dr. Nordella. Do you want to give the email address once again, just in case?
Sure. It's JBN, as in Jeffrey Brian Nordella, UCLA.MD@gmail.com.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the information. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? I see Voss, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I need to know if Glenn is here. I have a question for him.
One second, Glenn is here. He was here. Where is he?
What?
There he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, Glenn. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Go for it, Glenn.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't have raised my hand.
Yeah.
Yes, boss.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
I have heard a news and I want to know if you have some information on that. You just informed us that Kevin D. Leon is coming at Vank's meeting tomorrow. And I have got a news that he is going to be recalled. And I got the news. It is in the city clerk's office and they need 20,563 signatures. Do you know any information on that?
Just what you indicated. I do know that there are many attempts made, you get a notice like that frequently, well, not occasionally, let's put it that way, more often than is successful. So that is not the purpose of the Vank meeting. In fact, that came out after we confirmed him. But yeah, I just know that it's been certified for circulation. That's all I know.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Glenn.
it. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the next agenda item, which is election of vacated seat of Sherry. It's a 4-year term. There are 4 candidates. Unfortunately, one of the candidates, Brandy Grace, will not be able to attend tonight due to an emergency, but I believe the other 3 candidates are here. Let me bring them in. And once they're inside, they'll have a 2-minute time period to introduce themselves. After the introduction, all board members will have ability to ask questions, followed by the stakeholders. And I want to limit each question and answer to about 1 minute due to time restrictions. And then the vote will be taking place. Once the vote is done, the new board member will stay on the panel and the other 2 board members will have the ability to remain as candidates for the September 30th elections if they choose without having to reapply. Let me bring in the 3 candidates in and we can proceed.
I can do it.
Go for it. Are they all 3 in?
I got Assad, Beatrice, and then is Assad in?
Not yet.
Assad,
There he is.
and then do you see Beatrice? Does anybody see Beatrice?
I see Beatrice, Betty. I see her. I see Assad.
I mean, on the attendees.
And we are missing.
They're all in, right?
We're missing Hilda.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Perfect. Everybody is in. I see David has his hand up. Go ahead, David.
Thank you. Gabriel, would you remove your agenda so we can see everybody now?
Gladly.
Thank you.
Thank you. There we go.
Okay.
Can you see everybody?
Perfect.
Awesome. All right, thank you everyone for coming. 3 candidates are in and each of you will have 2 minutes to introduce yourself, the reason why you want to join the board, any experience, anything you want to provide to the board. Anybody want to start? Betty, Hilda, or Assad?
I can go ahead and start. This is
Ladies
Beatrice.
first.
Go for it. Go for it, Betty.
Hi.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Beatrice Chen. A lot of people call me Betty. I am a new resident to the Porter Ranch community. My children are currently going to the school right there on Cessnon and Mason. I would to participate and contribute to this neighborhood council. I was previously on the El Camino board as a community representative since 2017. Last year, I was the president for the 2020 through 2021 school year. I want to contribute. I want to help. I want to ensure that this community is as wonderful as it has been so far. We have our forever home here. So I believe that I need to be invested in this community if I plan on being here for another 20, 30 years. As being part of the prior board at El Camino, I have experience and I'm familiar with the Brown Act. I have spearheaded the one-to-one laptop program back before distance learning took place. So luckily we had everyone ready ahead of time. I have also participated on their finance committee. So I have experience in managing and going over $1 million budgets. So I believe that I can contribute and participate in this wonderful community. So I hope that I am given that opportunity to go ahead and help, not just with my prior community experience, but also with my knowledge of the law. I am a family law attorney. I am a minors counsel. So I am familiar with different aspects of professional skills that the board may need. Thank you so much. And I hope you can consider my candidacy.
Thank you. Hilda, you want to go next?
Of course. Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone is well. My name is Hilda Sarkisian. I'm a realtor with Keller Williams Porter Ranch. I have been listing and selling homes since 1990. I've been in Porter Ranch for 24 years and in San Fernando Valley for 35 years. And I have joined the LA Girl Scouts in 1976 and became a member. And I believe Girl Scouts, it did teach me confidence, leadership. And in 1990, I became a leader at Home at Men, Mossy's chapter in San Fernando Valley. I took Wood Badge course through the Boy Scouts of America. Wood Badge is an advanced national leadership course open to scouting, volunteers, and professionals. I'm currently involved with the Hollywood Chambers of Commerce, and I'm also a member. And I was recently appointed as an ambassador, helping members get the most of their chapter experience and to make every chapter member and guests feel welcome and empowered by knowing that their business is valued and supported by the chamber and the community. Unfortunately, on December 20, 2007, my life changed. I lost my daughter at 17 because of our corrupted healthcare system. I became a healthcare advocate. We had insurance. We thought we were fully covered. Cigna denied her care for profit. On January 2008, I was invited to speak with the California Nurses Association, as well as I was invited to travel on a campaign trail with John Edwards, and who was a senator at that time. Out of his 7 campaign trails, he got me up to speak 5 times, of course, about healthcare, about how our healthcare is corrupted. On June 4th, 2011, Consumer Watchdog included me into their Hall of Fame. And I think it's a very unique and very emotional, it was a very unique and emotional day for us, for my family, my friends. We were all gathered in Beverly Hills, and when they announced that they wanted to induct us into their Hall of Fame. I do speak for them voluntarily. I do speak for the California Nurses Association as they need me voluntarily. And for me, it's all about how we can change our community, change our corrupted healthcare system to save innocent lives. And if I'm going to be the one who's going to make that change, I'm ready, I'm available. And I also, there's other things about me. So if you want to know more about me, you can always look me up. And there's another thing that I did write that I really wanted to share with you also, that as a leader, I believe I am a leader. I have been working in my community at a young age. And I am a role model. I do stand up for what I believe in. I surround myself with people of integrity. I believe in honesty, and I will perform to the best of my ability. I want to be a good example. I want to do the right thing, even under challenging circumstances. I do believe communication and teamwork is the key to a successful relationship. And I hope you consider me. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilda. Assad?
Thank you, Gabriel. Good evening, members of the board. As many of you all know, I'm a civil structural professional engineer who has been working in the city of LA for almost 32 years. And I've been living in LA for over 39 years and in Porter Ranch since 2003. Up to July 2021, I served as PRNC Vice President, Chair of Safety, Chair of Bylaws, member of the Sustainability and the Gas Monitoring Ad Hoc Committees, and member of the Youth Committee, with the goal to serve Porter Ranch community as part of my continued committed services in my daytime job. For PRNC, I work around 30 hours per week on average, and I attended many meetings and functions to have the community voice heard and represented. And that is from inception, from the days where Pat Pope and Becky and Mel Mitchell founded PRNC as a stakeholder. And then once the Alicia Canyon took place, I came on board so that I could address issues to do with the Alicia Canyon. Through my work, I served for over 7 years as the Community Service Division Manager, attending the needs for all 15 council districts and all 99 neighborhood councils. And this month, I will be honored for 32 years of civil service and I've been recognized many times by the mayor's office and multiple council offices. For our Porter Ranch, I've been very involved in the Alicia Canyon closure through the rallies, and I work with the ad hoc and the committee and the CAG to get our monitoring solutions going in. I attended many DPH meetings, and during last year in my CD12 elections, I was intending to close the Alicia Canyon once I have won. I am with Gabriel and David, part of the LAPD CPAB safety issues concerning whatever is going on in the Devonshire area. Also, I work with David on the CBAB homelessness committee, and I work with Gabriel on the other issues regarding the Devonshire station. I am LAFD cert training, and I work with David Balin on getting more committee people in. Also, I work on the RAYLAN, the Ready LA, with Gabriel. We attended one meeting pre-COVID, and unfortunately, the whole program is on hold. But hopefully, along the line, we'll get it going into our Porter Ranch. I'm very involved on the Homeless Connect Days through the LAPD CPAB and through CD12 and through the PRNC, to get many of our homeless accounted for and their issues addressed. I'm very active through my work and through PRNC in the interfaith, in which to get all the religions in harmony together. And like tonight, we're celebrating Rosh Hashanah with all our families. I address many issues in the community. The last one that I successfully resolved with the help of Council Member John Lee was the issue to deal with the Avila gated community. I work very close with the bank, the VANC, the LANC, and the Chatsworth Chamber of Commerce. And I'm glad it's on the agenda item today to have more interaction with the chamber. I take some small credit into keeping the animal shelter open, and I'm very active with the sustainability issues. If elected and once elected, I'm ready and volunteer for chairing the education committee. And also if nominated, I would like to be part of the CAG. I believe I can help a lot with Craig Calenti and our colleagues with the CAG to get our chemical list coming in, to get a lot of the issues resolved. And I believe I bring in a wealth of 32 years of leadership, innovation, and diversity that will deem beneficial for the board. I'm a team member. Maybe we disagree on opinions sometimes, but at the end of the day, we are all elected officials to serve our community to the best of our community. I hope I get a chance to be back on the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assad. I want to open it up to the board members. Any board members have questions? Raise your hand, please. I see Becky, you have your hand raised. Go for it.
Okay, all three of you, I wanted to know, well, first of all, Beatrice, it's the same question for all. How did you find out about the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council, and what made you decide to put an application in?
So as I mentioned, we just obtained our forever home there. We just recently purchased our house there in Porter Ranch, and I found out about the neighborhood council from a couple of friends that have also been involved in other community neighborhood councils. So the reason that I applied is I don't plan on moving out of Porter Ranch at least for another 20, 30 years. So any way that I can help in our community, I would love to do that. I've been doing community service since high school, to be honest, whether it's in courts or at clinics, at schools, as for my prior experience. So I just want to keep investing in my future and my kids' future there.
Thank you.
Becky, you said you have another question for the other.
Well, Hilda, the same question. What prompted you to put an application in for the neighborhood council? I love it, what all of you had to say. I just wondered if there was an igniting point that you said, you know what, I really need to be on this neighborhood council. If you have friends that encouraged you, that kind of thing.
Well, hello, hope
Hi.
all is well. I do work in Porter Ranch, and I'm a realtor, and I do farm in the area. I did receive an email, and I decided to, wait a minute, let me see what's going on tonight. So I opened it up, and then I go, you know, I'm going to get involved. I should get involved because this is what I do. I need to know more about where I'm working, where I live. So as soon as I filled it up, and then I get another email from my office, and then my office says, Hilda, there's an email, you need to open it up, and we really want you to get involved. And I go, wait a minute, I'm not kidding you. It was like within the 12 minutes. I go, I'm in, believe me, I'm gonna get involved, and then we'll see what happens. And I hope they accept me, and why not, right?
Right, thank
That's
you.
what it is.
Okay, so maybe I'll answer it now. Initially, I got a knock on the door from Pat Pope back when the inception of PRNC. And that day, over a cup of coffee, I met Mel Mitchell. Those days, I stayed active within PRNC as a stakeholder. I didn't get too much involved until the time where I met Becky when we were doing the PRCS and when we selected Mary Melvin as the principal for this new school. And then along the line, once Alicia kicked in, Alicia Canyon issue, and I got affected in my health directly, I figured that's the time when I need to come in and step in and be active. And I've been very active since I got elected into the Alicia Canyon, and I remain active in that because right now that's the biggest dangerous issue that we have facing Porter Ranch. We need a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Assad. Thank you, Becky. Vas, floor is yours.
Yeah, my question is to Beatrice. Beatrice, you said you were on the council in El Camino Real. I would like to know what are the specifics that you find common in El Camino Real and in Porter Ranch, where your past experience will be beneficial to the community, and what are your specific plans for the Porter Ranch community, how you will serve in what capacity, or what are your interests in serving the community here? Thank you.
Thank you. So I was specifically, well, when I graduated from El Camino originally back in 2002. And so as an alumni, I wanted to help the school advance technology-wise, improve any sort of ability to outreach to students that are from outside of that community. More than 50% of the students actually at El Camino are from outside of the El Camino district. And so we wanted to expand and outreach to them, helping them with any technology assistance, any meal assistance, any way possible. So I think that's what I would want to do. I would love to focus on the education. I know that Porter Ranch Community School already had a laptop program, which I think is great. So I would love to help that school and all the other Porter Ranch community schools make sure that they're up to date with anything that they need, whether it's instruction wise, curriculum wise, technology wise. We need to keep these students up to date, because unfortunately some schools are falling back. I don't anticipate that happening in Porter Ranch, but I want to make sure that they have what they need. I also think that I can use my prior experience, not only in the education field, but also as minors counsel, as my legal knowledge, my experience with the Brown Act. I've been familiar with the Brown Act for years, so I know, in fact, I recently took another training on it, as far as how to deal with communications and any conflicts of interest, and several governance rules out there. But I want to do outreach. I know that there is an outreach committee. From what I can tell, there's a beautification committee. I want to be involved and reach out as much as possible, not just sit in my desk. I want to be able hands-on in the community.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Any other board questions for the three candidates? Wow, a bunch of them pop up. All right, Jason, floor is yours.
I'll jump in. Did I beat David or did David beat me? It looks like I'm first.
They both literally came in, but your name's
Yeah.
on top.
We're
So
the
I'm
last
first.
second. You know, the questions are kind of different because Assad, you know, we've had a long history with Assad, but I do want to hear from everyone. Hilda, thank you for sharing your story, and I appreciate your inspiration with the healthcare system. I guess the challenge is, you know, what do we do in our community with respect to that? And this is for the new people who haven't been on the board. What I love doing projects in the community. When you look in Porter Ranch, and you know, Becky alluded to this, and Voss too, you know, what is your idea? And Assad can answer that as well. When you drive through Porter Ranch, you know, what do you think we ought to do with our money? And so that's kind of the question. And Beatrice, I commend you for your giving back to the community on you know, the legal advice and things like that. And then for Assad, you know, we went through a very difficult period with this grievance, and you know, it was personally very hard for me going through that. It was kind of a down moment for the board, in my opinion. But I guess a direct question to Assad would be like, and I forgive everybody. I believe, like, you know, we just move on. You know what I'm saying? Elections happen, things happen, we just move on. But I mean, do you feel like there's a place for making amends with fellow board members, or making things right so we can move forward, whether it be, you know, past experiences? So those are the questions that I have directed to the three applicants. But thank you so much for applying.
Who do you want to address the first question to?
Well, I guess let's go alphabetical order, right? Beatrice is first, and then Hilda, or I don't know. You're the
Beatrice, go for it.
Okay, with regards to the question about making amends, yes, definitely. I think usually the board retreat is the one place where there's the opportunity to take on any skills or take the time to focus on making sure that the board is one unit, one team. So I think that that's where that can be worked at. So I do agree with that. Your other question was
about projects, what you like to see done in the community. You know, like as you drive down the street, is there something that jumps out at you that, you know, that you're inspired to make a change here in our community?
Traffic by the school and the safety for those children. I have seen the cars make U-turns and that car line take over an hour just to get through. So I think the safety and traffic is very important, especially because that will also prevent any future car accidents. I've seen the memorial there, and I see that street, Mason, you can just zoom through it you can do it on Porter Ranch Avenue as well. So I would definitely focus on traffic and safety. That's what stands out to me. And probably opening up more areas for children to go play in. I know that there's the one park, but it's a little bit of a distance. So I think that I would probably try to open up some projects or help on projects that would give the children more accessibility to certain play areas, along with the technology and making sure that they have the curriculum necessary to keep the schools top rated here in the Valley.
Thank you. Hilda?
Hello, I'm back. I believe teamwork is very important, especially with board members and getting along. And I'm sure there will be some times that we disagree on things, but the main thing is we need to keep it within us and then make it work. And because eventually that may hurt our community if we don't put it together and focus on the positive. And also what I like to see when I'm driving, more businesses open. I hate to see closed businesses. I got really excited when the vineyards opened up, and I really like that, the interaction. Why not keep the money that everyone is spending in our community instead of taking it somewhere else? That's how I feel. I like building, so I don't like closing businesses. That's how I feel.
Thank you.
I hope
Hilda.
that answered the question.
Assad?
All right, Jason, that's the most tough question. I don't think even when I ran for deputy mayor, they asked me such a tough question, but it's a lovely question. Yes, we unfortunately, because of the lack of our bylaws, because of the guidelines that we have from the Empower LA, we had a situation in which a little item, because of the routine, because of the way that our NE, which I don't see him online anymore, handled it, went from a little mishap to escalated to a full grievance and a full, I don't know what. And, the many of you that know me know I love everybody. I come from a very mixed interfaith family. Tonight, we were celebrating from my great grandmother's side, the Rosh Hashanah. Last month, from my Muslim side, we were celebrating Eid. And in the Christmas, I'll be celebrating along from my other side of the family with the Christians. To me, interfaith is a big thing. We're all children of God. We should work together. We should love each other. Yes, we get into conflict. However, and I think Vas, myself, and Jason and Gabriel, we tried to adjust that in the bylaws. And hopefully the new bylaws adjust. And that grievance thing it's a mess. But face it. I mean, I had been into so many grievances at the city in which I end in a corner because things happen. But at the end of the day, we all wake up, shake hands, and work together. I mean, I love Becky. I love David Lasher. I love Bas. I love you all. I have no issues with anybody. Maybe we disagree on items during the meeting, but that is for positive, to get the good conclusion out of it. I have many successful teams that I built, and the many mayors, whenever they get placed from the first one I worked under and to the last one, Garcetti, I get always placed into positions where I lead teams. Right now, I'm leading the construction for 35 train systems. And at the same time, I'm training the division managers in my old positions, to once for your 311 service controls, for all that. And training new managers on how to handle conflicts at the workplace, how to handle equity. We all have to work in harmony. And once elected, I am a team player. And regardless, if I'm not elected, I'll work with you as a stakeholder, as a committee member. You're stuck with me. Thank you.
Thanks, Azad. David Balin, floor is yours. David Balin?
I'm here. I was just trying to switch over.
All right.
All right. This is for all the candidates. And I appreciate everybody coming this evening and speaking. So very simple. If you're not elected to the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council, and this happens frequently, people disappear and we never see them again. Are you willing to step up, and at what committee would you be interested in joining? Thank you.
All right,
I guess
Beatrice,
me.
go for it.
Okay, I guess me. Yes, as I stated, I'm not moving out of that community anytime soon, so I will go and help in any committee that will take me. I would work on the education committee, the community outreach committee. I would love helping in the beautification committee. Not that Porter Ranch really needs too much beautification. And the transit safety committee as well. I think those would really be my focuses.
Thank you. Hilda?
Hello. Okay, when I was speaking earlier, I left out that I do have a nonprofit foundation, and it's a 501c3 in my daughter's memory, which is the Natalie Sarkisian Foundation. So if I'm not elected, I'm going to continue doing what I'm going to do to help students to achieve what they want to achieve in Nataline's memory. My daughter's name is Nataline. So the past, I lost her at 17 on December 20, 2007. And since then, I give out scholarships to students that want to go to culinary arts school, fashion school, and medical school. And the reason I give that to Granada Charter High School is because she would have graduated, and the year she would have graduated, we had a memorial for her. So I do get up and speak in front of 3,500 families, students, teachers, staff, and present those scholarships to those students. They may not be much, but that doesn't matter. What matters is you're encouraging a student to fulfill their dreams in someone else's memory. They may not know her. It's going to be 14 years in December, but they will know her because she's going to be teaching and will continue to teach most of the students why they're receiving scholarship in her memory. And I'm going to continue doing that anyway. So that's my promise to her when she passed away, and I will continue with my promise. So I hope that answered your question.
Thank you, Hilda. Assad?
Yes, well, I would like to continue to be involved in the Safety and Transit Committee that I chaired for a while. Also, I would like to continue the work we started in the Bylaws Committee. The sustainability, I would like to expand. During my job for the past 10 years, I installed a lot of solar panels on the street lights to feed to the grid. And I think now we're at the phase where we should enhance on that and hopefully also add on it cameras, so that this way the cameras would be part of the safety. And at the same time, I have a sort of an approach that it helps in the sustainability. Also, if elected or not elected, I would like to be representing PRNC on the CAG, because I believe I can help a lot within the CAG to solve our Alicio Canyon. And I can be very helpful with our colleague Craig Galante there. And of course, I would love to take over the school and education. For the past 6 years, I've been involved in the robotics on my free time, and I referee in VEX. And I've seen many of the schools around here come in, and we gave them money for the robotics. So I would like, through the education committee, to enhance on that. And this way, we have a Porter Ranch team, that winning team, rather than having one school in that. Of course, being around City Hall, I would like to be more involved in the government affair. I think the only committee I would like to avoid is the budget and finance, because I am too tired of budgets at City Hall. So I can benefit in it in a way. I don't mind being involved. And at the end of the day, if I've done any mistakes in the past, I am sorry about it. And it's a human nature. Things happen. But today is a fresh day, and every day is a fresh day. And like my name, the happiest, I try to be happy and make everybody around me happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Assad. I'm gonna take one last question from the board, David Lasher, and then I'll open it up to the attendees, and then we can call a vote due to time restriction. David Lasher?
Thanks, Gabriel. Are we gonna have the chance to make a couple statements after a question? Or maybe,
What are you trying to do? Sorry?
are we gonna have time to make ask, not so much statement, make a perspective afterwards, like after a comment?
To the candidates or
In
to?
general, no, in general.
General comment, you may not do a general comment.
Okay.
You can ask
I'll
questions.
I'll move
directly.
for my question. Thank you. Hey, before my time in the Marines, I grew up in a town of 500 people. It would have put Assad out of work because we had very few street lights and not a single traffic light. Okay. My father ran for the town council. We lived there 10 years. He was immediately renounced as a newcomer because we had been born in that town, even though we lived there over 10 years. Okay. So that said, to Beatrice, I really appreciate your interest because we've had so little over long periods of time. So that's great. But how long have you lived in Porter Ranch?
Well, we purchased our home last year, and they just finished building it this year, about a month or so ago.
Okay, so the paint's still wet.
Paint's still wet.
Okay. Hilda, I really appreciate your perspective. Thank you, Beatrice. I appreciate your perspective. I'm also Wood Badge with the Boy Scouts and a 13-year
Awesome.
Adult volunteer. You said your office suggested you apply?
No, I got an email. I applied already.
Okay.
And then 12 minutes later, I get a text message saying that we got an email. We really think you should apply. And I go, I already did. I wasn't really sure if I was supposed to check with them because I'm self-employed. I could do whatever I want. So, but that was nice of them to consider me and to send me that text message, which is nice. I mean, I lived here for over 24 years in the 91326, but in the entire San Fernando Valley, I've been here since 35 years. Yeah.
Another quick question.
Again, I appreciate the participation of everybody, especially my experience with Assad and yourself, Hilda and Beatrice. Thank you.
Of course. Thank
Hilda,
you.
when you say you get an email, you got the newsletter from the board?
Yeah.
Okay.
Newsletter. Exactly. Yeah.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Outreach.
It works.
It's working a little bit.
It works. It does work.
Thank you, Hilda.
Thank you.
Let me move on to attendees. Any attendees have any questions for the candidates? I have one, Alan Cohen, and the floor is yours.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes. You're muted again. Unmute. Alan, can you unmute your? There you go. You are muted again. There you go. We can't hear you. We still can't hear you, Alan. Unfortunately, we do not hear him. And I do have to move on. Let's give him one more chance. Yeah, we can't hear you, Alan. Sorry. 1 second. Welcome, John Lee. I see you're present.
Thanks, Gabriel.
Let's move on to vote. Oh, Alan has his hand up again. Let's give him a try one more time.
I allowed him to talk, hopefully.
Okay. Let's give him one more chance.
Alan, come in. Do you copy?
Nope. All right, let's move on with the voting. Christine, you want to take over with the voting? Just basically call out every candidate's name or every board member's name, and they will let us know which direction they go.
Perfect. All right, David Lasher,
Assad,
David Balin,
Assad,
Jason Hector,
Assad,
Luis Ramirez,
Assad.
Becky Levesque,
Hilda,
Jennifer Ibrahim,
Hilda.
Boss Singh,
We can't hear you, boss.
Okay, Hilda.
myself, Hilda. So we are at a tie of 4-4 with Assad and Hilda. So Gabriel, if you could please step in.
Yes. This is the hardest choice ever because all three are very qualified. I like seeing new faces and new cooperation. It is the hardest decision, and me being the tiebreaker even makes it worse. But as I said, whoever doesn't win today, you will be entered in the end of the month on the 30th automatically if you accept. But my choice. Sorry, everyone, but whoever doesn't get elected, but I have to go with Hilda on this one. Unfortunately for the other two that are very qualified, there are chances coming up. Please reapply or don't reapply. You will be entered. But congratulations, Hilda.
Congratulations, Hilda.
congratulations, Hilda. Welcome aboard.
Thank you so
Looking
much. I'll
forward
do.
to working with you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations,
I'll
Hilda.
do whatever it takes
Congratulations.
to make. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Beatrice and
Thank you.
Assad for applying.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Lee, you want to take over?
Sure. Is it my part? Well, I get the joy of being able to swear our newest member of the Porter Ranch community in. I think, as most of you know, this is a special neighborhood council for me because I live in Porter Ranch. So you are my neighborhood council. First of all, if they're still on, Assad, thank you for your years of service to the neighborhood council and for the city. Beatrice, I loved what you said about, focusing on education. My office, I always say, even though we're a separate government entity than LAUSD, the city is, I never thought that we should work separately. I do a lot of programs with schools throughout my district at every age. I think it's really, really important that we focus on those, and love that's part of your interest, and would, please reach out to my office, if you have ideas and different things that maybe we can work on together. And I'd love to tell you about some of the programs that we have going in at our local schools. So, but I get the privilege of installing our newest member, Hilda. This is something, when you take this oath, I hope you understand and really take the words to heart. They mean a lot to me because, I really appreciate people who care enough about their communities to get involved. And one of the most important pieces of this is talking about listening. I think we don't do that enough these days. I think that, instead of focusing on whatever we disagree on, I think if we focus on the things we do agree on, we would find that we have a lot in common and we can get a lot of things done. So Hilda, if you will do me the honor of raising your right hand and repeating after me, do you want to put Hilda, I don't know, does anyone have it? Do you have it on the screen, Gabriel? Are you?
No, I don't.
I mean, I have it, but I just wanted to know if
Go for it.
I should go. Okay, so I'll do it in pieces.
Okay.
All right, Hilda. I pledge to represent my neighborhood
I pledge to represent my neighborhood
with dignity, integrity, and pride.
with dignity, integrity, and pride.
I will encourage other points of view,
I will encourage the points of view,
even when they differ from my own.
even if they differ from my own.
I will respect, value, and consider everyone's opinion.
I will respect, value everyone's opinion.
I will find the good in my neighborhood
I will find good of my neighborhood
and praise it and promote it.
and praise it and promote it.
To my neighbors and to neighborhoods throughout the city of Los Angeles,
To my neighbors and neighborhoods throughout the city of Los Angeles.
I pledge to do this to the best of my ability.
I pledge to do this to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, Hilda. Welcome to
Thank
the
you.
Porter Ranch Neighborhood
Thank you.
Council.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember John Lee.
And last, I just want to, real quick, Hilda, as some of the members here know, because they've worked with my office, I'm a very accessible person. If there's different things you want to work in within District 12 or in this community, don't ever hesitate to reach out to our office.
I have, and then one of your representatives before COVID, they came and honored us for Natalie Sarkisian Foundation for participating in the community. Thank you so much for that.
Great. Thanks,
Thank you.
Gabriel.
Thank you
Thanks,
very
everyone.
much.
Thank you, John.
There you go. Let me clear out the panelists real quick. All right, I think I got everybody who's supposed to be in the panelists there. And let's move on to item number 9, treasurer's report. Let me share my screen again. Jason, did you have anything to share, or should I share the agenda? Can't hear you.
All right, let me close the screen. I don't have anything specific on the treasurer report, but let me pull it up. Hold on. Apologize, guys.
No worries.
Sign in here. I still need to submit the paperwork to get the rollover funds, so that's on my to-do list. Our budget is 32,000. Oh, it looks like, no, the rollover is there. I guess we're good. So we're budgeted 41,000 because we rolled over 9,000, 9,600. Net available 37,790. And are there any questions in terms of the budget? We got 37,000 that we're working with for the full year. I remind everybody, we're just getting started on the year, so this money has to carry us. Our budget is neighborhood purpose grants 8,000, community improvement projects 11,000, and general operating expenses is our biggest category with 22,000. And that also includes outreach, events, overhead, that kind of thing. So
thank you. That's treasurer's report. Let's go to MER. I do have that. Let me share the screen on that one.
thank you.
Can you see the MER?
It's coming.
Cool.
All right. So you also see the budget on the MER there too. Looks updated. Okay, yeah, so the 37,000. So scroll down. Those are our expenditures. Storage. We renewed the post office box. That was for the mosquito dunks, 202. Apple One. Windy Moore, we had 785. 500 Congress of Neighborhoods we approved. And then we had some old invoices for Apple One, those last few items. And that's all the documentation.
Sounds good. You want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the monthly expenditure report for August.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Jennifer, second.
Jennifer seconded. Any questions or comments? All right, Secretary, call the roll, please.
Wait, hold on, Brian
Yes.
Allen. We got,
We got Francis.
Brian, you
Yeah.
should be able to talk.
Thank you for recognizing me. This is Brian Allen, and I'm just a little surprised at the amount of money for Wendy Moore. Could you explain how it is that high?
Yeah, go down to the, a little further down. We have the new board. Yeah, Gabriel knows a little bit more about that. Right there, stop. All right, there you go. Can you see it, Brian?
I do see it.
A lot of the charges were due to setting up the system, catching up on updating information on the website, anywhere from uploading the minutes all the way across to videos and password changes and backend stuff to get caught up to where we are today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know, Wendy Moore, her hourly rate is very high. If you could scroll up, you can probably see that it's $119 an hour for communication services. So hopefully the board members can help with some of those communication services so we can minimize those expenditures. I think it's more reasonable to be paying about $200 a month, $150. I think when Esam was on, he was doing a lot of the work, updating the website and things like that. So I think together, and maybe during the retreat, we can talk about that. But I want to thank Brian Allen for bringing that up. I think it is a lot, but we also have new board members coming in. So we're in a transition period.
Exactly. Also, I will be trained. She will be training me soon on the whole website. So Jason, if you want to accompany me on that, I think that might be best that way.
Definitely.
Perfect.
We got to
We'll
back
all-
up each other. So like, you know,
Exactly.
multiple people need to know how to do multiple things.
Exactly.
I think Francis has a question before David. Was you first?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering,
Go ahead.
I was wondering if Hilda had taken her training.
Not yet.
Okay, yeah, okay, so I don't know if you can vote on anything tonight. I know you've got ethics and finance training to come.
No problem. No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Hilda. Yes, David Balin.
There we go. Thank you. I'd like to encourage the board to, hopefully this will be the last month that we have these egregious expenses with Wendy Moore. She does a great job on writing articles, but the day-to-day operations should be handled by the secretary, the president, the vice president, treasurer, whatever it may be. Esam was able to handle it by himself. I was able to handle it by myself. You know what? We are wasting community money. So I really hope that this will be the last month. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
We have Glenn Bailey.
And Bailey, yep.
Go ahead, Glenn, you're on.
Yeah, thank you. Since I didn't hear I don't know if your NEA is on or not, but I haven't heard anything. But since it wasn't said, I just thought I'd chime in. So newly appointed board members may vote on, there's a certain time frame in which to complete all the trainings. For non-funding items. So obviously the MER is a funding item. Anything that includes a dollar amount is a funding item. And all three trainings must be completed in order to vote for a funding item. But non-funding items, they may vote on them. So I just want to make sure that got announced publicly, and don't take my word for it, but I'm sure there's someone else on the board who could make that official clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. You're correct. Any other questions? I see David Lasher with a hand up.
not to jump the bandwagon, but I'm a little concerned about the website as well. I know that we're paying Wendy for updates and for news and articles, but I brought this up 2 years ago. The expenditure reports on the website, the last monthly expenditure report on the website is from January of 2020. That's bizarre and not ideal, obviously. So there's some other things we did. Again, maybe that's food for the for the retreat, but that's definitely something to be updated on a regular basis.
Agree, 100% agree with you.
David, I'll take that one since I'm the treasurer. We don't want to have the monthly expenditure reports on our website because they're all on the city's website. So all we need to do is have a link to the city's website. There's no reason we need to every month put an expenditure report on our website. So yeah, we need to rework the website.
Yeah, then we need to state that because it doesn't say that anywhere. It just looks like it's not updated.
You're preaching to the choir, my friend.
No problem. Thanks.
Thank you. Christine, you may move forward.
Okay, perfect. So I'm just gonna call out everybody's name and you just tell me yes or no, or if you abstain. David Lasher,
Yes.
David Balin,
Approve.
Jason Hector,
Yes.
Luis Ramirez,
Here, I'm sorry.
I'm so,
What was your vote, Louis?
You can come back to him if you want.
okay. Becky Levesque,
Yes.
Jennifer Ibrahim,
Yes.
Voss Singh,
Yes.
Christine, myself, yes. Gabriel Canlian,
Yes.
Luis Ramirez,
Yes.
okay. So,
And then for Hilda, she'll be ineligible
okay,
on the paperwork.
perfect. All right, so majority is, looks like it's approved.
Thank you. How many yeses do you have? 9?
Correct, 9.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let's go to item number 12, updates from budget advocates reps, Brian Allen.
Thank you for recognizing me. This is Brian Allen.
I
I'm
think
with-
you skipped one.
Which one?
The inventory report.
Okay, we can move back. We can go back to that one right after.
No,
budget
no
advocates.
worries. That's fine.
Sorry about that.
Well, I think we'll make this fairly quick. I was unable to attend the budget day because of personal problems, so I don't have a report on that. However, I have talked to Glenn. Glenn is here, and Glenn is willing to provide that report. So let me defer to Glenn on this.
So Gabriel, it's okay? Okay, thank you.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Yeah, just a couple of highlights, and by the way, I want to acknowledge Jason Hector, who participated with us in the breakout. I'll mention that in just a
And
second.
Jennifer Ibrahim as well. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, everyone. Jason, because he helped. He helped with the Zoom controls, so I appreciate that. Okay, so every year for many years, the budget advocates have held a annual budget day. It's always been in person at City Hall. Last year we weren't able to have it because of the pandemic. So this year we wanted to have it and we held it virtually. We were concerned how would that work, having a citywide event. The bottom line is it worked out by all reports very well. We had 261 register for the event. Not that in advance, not that many. Not everybody showed up for it, but we did have a good attendance, approaching 200. And we had a plenary session, which we typically do for a budget day. That featured as opening comments by City Council President Nuri Martinez. They were recorded. We had City Controller Ron Galperin, And we had the vice chair of the City Council Budget and Finance Committee, Bob Blumenfield, as well as the assistant CAO, Ben Seha, in the plenary, in the opening presentations. We then mixed up a little bit for this year. For the first time, we had a panel discussion with a moderator, about one of the budget advocates in us, and Jack Humphreyville, who has chimed in on various budget issues for the city, moderating with Mr. Councilmember Bloomfield, and also the mayor's deputy for budget and innovation, Ginny Holm, as well as the CAO, Ben Seha. And so that went pretty well. And we, after those 2 hours, we then broke out into regional breakout sessions. We had 7 simultaneously regional breakout sessions for our area, which is Region 2. We combined with Region 1. And the attendees had an opportunity to chime in on comments, their concerns and comments and suggestions regarding budget-related matters. And that's the point of the program that I want to do the shout out for Jason for helping with the moderation. And again, everyone for attending and commenting. So those comments from all the regional breakout sessions are being received. Most of them have been received. They're going to be farmed out to the different committees that we have. And that input and comments and questions will be then considered by the committees. As we meet with the city departments, which generally when we meet with the city departments during the next several months, that will include the general manager for many, typically, and as well as the person who's their CFO, the one who's actually making budget decisions. So that, you know, bringing these issues to their attention is a direct link to the decision makers in the departments. Obviously, they're not the ultimate decision makers. That's the mayor and the city council in terms of the proposed budget. But, you know, that is our way of helping influence that position. So I mentioned that as part of the process because I do want to make sure everyone is aware that it's not just for budget advocates serving on these committees, it's also for your budget representatives and for neighborhood council board members, as well as for stakeholders that have particular interest or expertise or passion for any of them. We are populating those committees right now as we speak. And so thanks to those of you who have stepped up and expressed an interest in that. Anyone else, please let us know, let Brian know, let me know. And so I know you have a lengthy agenda, so those are the highlights that we're working on. We will be doing some training sessions during the next month or so with regards to how the city budget process works from the perspective of from the CAO's office. Those training sessions that will be held virtually, and you are all invited to participate. We can accommodate up to 500 people. So, just want to extend that invitation for anyone who has an interest in that process. And then just back to the budget day, it was recorded as far as the plenary session, those 2 hours. It is posted on our website, and that is budgetadvocates.org. And if you go to the lower right corner, you will see a link to that recording. So sometime when you have an extra 2 hours, I particularly pay attention to the very favorable words that Council President Martinez and the Council Member Bloomfield said about neighborhood councils and the budget advocates. It was very great to hear those words. As well as the other speakers, I mean, obviously the whole thing. So I'll leave it at that. And I do want to, in addition to Brian and myself, there is a third budget advocate that represents Region 2, and that's Gary Fordyce with North Hills West Neighborhood Council. So that's the team of 3 of us representing Region 2. And your input and welcome through Brian, who's the assigned person for Porter Ranch, is always welcome. So thank you for the few minutes to give you that important update.
Thank you, Glenn. I see there are 2 hands raised. Jason?
Yeah, Glenn is the co-chair of the Budget Advocates, and it was a great event. The main purpose of the budget, in my opinion, is to get people motivated to talk about the budget. And I'm motivated now. And, this neighborhood council, we need to get together, maybe at the retreat, and we need to focus on what we're going to advocate for. Because one of the benefits of the neighborhood council is you get 5 minutes to speak in front of City Hall on whatever topic you want to talk about. So Glenn and Brian and Gary, let's get those quarterly meetings, Region 1 and Region 2. We have a lot of common interests, a lot of common needs, and let's get out there and advocate. Let's do our CISs. Let's figure out, what we want to advocate for, because meetings are great and everything, but if we're not out there pushing for, and you know what I'm always pushing for, the parks, the brush clearance, Caltrans, whatever it is, homeless. I was looking for my notes from the meeting, but if we can kind of formulate a game plan between Region 1 and Region 2, we can vote on the CISs and take positions on this stuff, so we can really try and make an impact. Because yeah, you're right, Glenn, they are listening and they are, participating. So we can make a big difference. So I want to acknowledge Jennifer for her participation, and let's work side by side. Let's all work together as a council, and let's come up with just a few handful of priorities that we're just gonna hit them hard with, and see where it goes.
Hey, thanks, Jason, for mentioning the interest of the quarterly meetings.
Boy, let's do it. Let's make
an
it happen.
oversight on my part, unintentional. So absolutely, I mentioned it last night and I didn't mention it tonight. So thank you for mentioning that. So we will let you know about that during the next month or two, and everyone will be invited, all budget advocates as well as neighbor council folks, and it'll just be regions 1 and 2, and we'll further work. So thank you, Jason. I appreciate that.
Thank you to both of you. Jennifer, floor is yours.
Thank you, Glenn and Jason. And I just wanted to state that it was my first budget meeting, and it was actually very interesting. I learned a lot. I kind of just sat back and tried to absorb as much as I could, but I did take a few notes, Jason, to piggyback off of what you said about jotting down like our main priorities from the meetings. I know you mentioned that Caltrans has a certain budget for like street cleaning and, brush fire cleanup. So I'm not sure if maybe we can put on like as a priority to have a representative come to one of our meetings, maybe. I'm not really sure. I know you said that there is like a process to kind of approve like a street cleaning, or
it's a
like
little tricky because it's a state, but we were trying to get working with our state elected officials, but yeah, we'll work on that.
Got it.
It's a
So
work
like
in
just
progress.
to clean up the stumps and trees, and just like just to kind of clean up the freeway exits too. I feel like there's a lot of residual stuff from the fires. So just so that it is safer, to be honest. Another thing too is I'm getting an obscene amount of spam mail on my PRNC account. So I don't know. I know we have 2 meetings a month for Budget Advocate, right? I mean, I don't know which ones are real and which ones are fake. So is there any way you can like shoot me an email to my Gmail just so that I don't miss the meetings? Because I get these random emails, like tons of them a day. I'm sure everyone else is getting them, but like one time I think it was from Gabriel, but it wasn't really from Gabriel. So I'm not really sure they're getting our emails, and it's like overwhelming. Sorry.
Yeah, the problem is our emails are all public and they're out on the internet. So people are like capturing our emails and they're trying to commit, fraud and
Got it.
yeah. But Glenn, it's a Saturday meeting. I know we have if you could, it's the same.
Right. Except for like when it fell on Labor Day, like this month, but third Saturday, 9:30 a.m.
Third Saturday, okay.
And then first Monday at 7 p.m. And they are on the website, budgetadvocates.org. So, and then as soon as the agenda is out, it's posted. The link remains the same. So you can confirm, if you're getting spam email about that, I can't imagine people are wasting their time, but yeah, we get lots of spam email. That's true.
Maybe, if you go to the Budget Advocates website, you can sign up for their emails like to your personal. That way you won't
Great.
be, you know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me add that you probably are not getting spam from the budget advocates. That's not very common, but it is very common that there is spam going out trying to steal money from NCs. That's the major spam that goes out, and you have to be very careful.
Yes,
we agree with that.
Thank you, Brian.
Perfect. Let's move on to item number 11. Let's go back one. Jason, this is yours. Let me share the screen real quick.
So,
All right, go for it, Jason.
Okay. Yeah, so they kind of simplified the guidelines with the inventory now. There, any digital cameras and things they want in the inventory, anything that's over $1,000 they want in the inventory. I also created a separate list, which is just kind of what we have. So when we're planning our events, we know, oh, okay, we have a pop-up tent, or, you know, we don't have tables, but we have a popcorn machine, or, you know, so I made a separate list for stuff we have that's not part of the official inventory that we're going to submit with the city. So this is the list in terms of the video camera. Yeah, that's just, yeah, I couldn't get it all on one page. So that's just like the second half with the detailed information. So we're required to put the solar generator on there, the video camera, the regular camera. So that's pretty much it. If we approve this, then I'll just submit this with the city, and then we're in compliance with our inventory.
Perfect. Thank you, Jason. Do we have a second? I'll second it.
Second.
All right, David, it's yours. David Balin seconded. Secretary, you want to call the roll?
yes, definitely. So David Lasher,
Can't hear you, David.
Sorry, fighting my settings. Yes, I approve. That's fine.
Thank you.
David Balin,
Approved.
Jason,
Yes.
Louise,
He is.
we'll get back to you. Becky, okay, we'll skip over you as well. Jennifer,
Christine, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
oh,
Go
yeah,
ahead, Becky.
yes, Becky.
Okay, approve.
Perfect. Jennifer,
Approved.
Voss,
Approved.
Christine, myself, approved. Gabriel,
Approved, yes.
okay, Louise,
Absent.
okay,
And
so,
then once again for Hilda, ineligible.
okay, perfect. All right, so we have 8.
Thank you, and motion passes. Let's move on to item number 3, updates by CAG. Craig is here. There he is. Craig, floor is
Hi,
yours.
everyone. And Gabriel, I do have those slides that I wanted to share.
Okay, let me unshare my side.
Okay.
There you go. You should be
You
able
have to promote me to presenter or participant or something. While you're navigating that, I just wanted to say hello and introduce myself to the new members. Welcome, Voss, Jennifer, Christine, and Hilda. If I get muted here, it's because I'm joining as a panelist, but I'll.
There he goes.
You should be able to share, Craig. But unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you. Yep. While you do that transition, it goes dark. So you guys should hear me now, correct?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, great. So anyway, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Craig Galanti, and I'm your elected CAG representative, which stands for Community Advisory Group, representative for the Aliso Canyon Disaster Health Study. So as we have been doing on a regular basis, providing updates from the CAG, And let's see if I can. Host has disabled screen sharing. Could you? It says host is disabled screen sharing.
That's weird. Let's see. You know, then make you as a allow record files. Yeah, you should be able
How about
to.
now?
Okay, now it works. So I'm sharing now. And let me know if you see the screen. Trying to be quick about it because you guys have a long meeting. Can we see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So welcome all. Again, my name is Craig Galante. So here we go. I wanted to give some background to the Aliso disaster. Let's throw some numbers at this to help everyone orient. 118 is unabated blowout back in the years 15 and over into 16. We should all just resonate that this is the largest methane and polytoxin release in US history. For reference, it's 200 times greater than the Deepwater Horizon, the BP oil spill. So think of the significance of that, 200 times greater, and it's right here in our backyards. 8,000 homes relocated for over 6 months, 1.2 million residents impacted here in the North San Fernando Valley. $25 million were set aside in a settlement back in February of 19, contributed to by SoCal Gas. LA County Department of Public Health, or DPH, is the administrative body, and they have two kind of functional groups under them. The Scientific Oversight Committee, often referred to as the SOC, or what I'm a member of is the Community Advisory Group, or CAG. The first CAG meeting was 25 months ago. So there's the numbers. And in those 25 months, the CAG and the community has been very clear on what they medically need and want in this health study following the disaster. And that kind of is illustrated here in what the CAG has put forward in the 25 months that we've been together. What are some of the critical path and necessary elements in the health study? And that includes what Patty Gluck mentioned earlier tonight, and so did Assad and many others, of the necessity for ongoing air monitoring. So we can get everything from an early warning system to having evidence of what we've been exposed to. So when we sit down with our doctors and physicians, we can have an informed conversation. We also put on the table 24 months ago. So one of the first actions that we ever did was go get the chemical list. And that was put to DPH in the county to subpoena that information if necessary from the gas company so we can know what we were exposed to. We'll talk more about that in a minute. There was a CVC follow-up study that Dr. Nardella pioneered in the first round, and we've asked for a follow-up study to be done. That's 22 months in arrears or in delay. I did update these for tonight's meeting, so this is as of September. There's fugitive emissions. You all remember the fugitive fire that was up on the hill and up in the Aliso Canyon. We still don't know the source of those emissions that are still coming into our community today. So the field is leaking today, make no mistake, as evidenced by the fire and other reported incidences. We asked for something very simple, financial reporting. Where are you spending your money? Where are you spending our $25 million? We've been waiting for that for 21 months. So the list, I don't need to go through every one of them, but there are very significant things here that are what we would call on the CAG critical path to getting the proper study. And the delays and deception have gone on so that we're on average 20 months in delays. Not every one of these are DPH, but the ones with the asterisk are in complete control by your Department of Public Health. Many of you have seen this before, others have not. But what are the top concerns right now today? And what I want to provide is an update to the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council. And there's still no chemical list. And what's critical about this is that DPH has refused. We just recently learned of this. They are refusing to use their subpoena authority to demand that SoCal Gas provide a list of comprehensive exposures. It is of their prerogative to refuse an authority that no other entity has. For those of you that are in the civil lawsuit, our plaintiff attorneys cannot get this information from SoCal Gas. A public health entity has full latitude under the law to get this information. So our other concern is that the DPH is relying on using air monitoring that was done around the blowout as a way to assess what we were exposed to. It's an estimate. It's a guesstimate. And this is very, very flawed. And this gives us great pause and concern because at the time of the blowout, there was no monitoring going on during the first several days, which was the heaviest amount of toxins that came out. And this isn't my opinion or the CAG's opinion. This is the opinion of CCST, which stands for California Council for Science and Technology. They are the think tank and advisory group to Sacramento. So these are their concerns. Not only didn't we get the early days, they only sampled through the whole time that they were sampling, only about a little over a third of the known toxins that come out from underground gas storage facilities. And what makes it even worse is the monitoring companies were hired and controlled by SoCal Gas. And they set trigger points on their monitoring devices at times 20 times higher than what Cal EPA is safe benzene, which is a carcinogen level. Further to this, and our top concerns is that, and there's many more, I'm just giving you the highlights here tonight because we don't have a lot of time, is DPH has really failed to investigate the ongoing exposures. Like I said, the fugitive fire, but also we recently became aware of radiation up at Aliso Canyon, and we have pleaded for in-community radiation testing. None of this has happened. So what are we left with? Our biggest concern, and we think it should be your concern as well, we still do not know what we were exposed to. That should give everyone in this meeting great pause. It's been almost 6 years and we still do not know. So therefore, if you're going to commission a health study, you can't rely on the subpoena information of what the gas company has. You can't rely on the air monitoring to do an estimate of a health risk assessment. So therefore, you must do it. It makes logical sense. You must look at the people. And what we've been advocating for 25 months is that there be long-term clinical evaluations of the people that live in the community. Not only the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council board, but all their stakeholders in your families. Because this is a mouthful, but this is critically important. If you don't do a clinical evaluation, you will never fully understand the synergistic health effects of the polytoxin exposure. Again, the worst in US history. Yet, as many of the board knew about in the spring, the study's draft of the goals and priorities did not require a clinical evaluation as part of the study. It is not a mandate. DPH is not forcing this to be part of the $25 million. And we felt the CAG unanimously that was very wrong. And hundreds of people wrote into DPH saying that we need clinical evaluations. We are unaware of any changes to the goals and priorities. When DPH presented to this board many months ago, there was a strong advocacy from this board, and I applaud you guys. You said we're too far apart. What you're saying to the goal and priorities and what this community needs and deserves is too far apart. Please, they asked very kindly and professionally, please go back, redraft the goals and priorities, and come back to us and see if we can close these gaps. DPH refused, which leads to why the confidence in the path that this health study and DPH is on is non-existent. There is no confidence in what is being pushed forward in the path that they're on. So this is surveys that were done to the far left. These are the 5 adjacent NCs who unanimously do not have confidence in the current path. And this is a CAG survey done back in February. I think if we took it today, it would be 100% no confidence. But back in February, that's what it was. There was one abstaining vote that thought the thing was still on path. So what I want to leave you with tonight is, what do we do as a group? There's 12 of us that are trying to support the entire NC community and the residents and the stakeholders. But there's also things that I feel the PRNC can do. You guys are ground zero. This is the most important health issue that will likely ever cross your desks and your emails. We need more from the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council. We need you to be a stronger voice. There's letter writing that can be done. There's attending our meetings that can be done. Sharing our voices. You know, if you have other suggestions of what we should be doing, we're all ears. But here's some next steps. There are now quarterly CAG meetings with DPH, and they've been really dictatorial by DPH, and we fought hard not to let that happen. But the next one is coming up at the end of the month. They're at the last, typically the last Monday of the month. So the next one, please make a note, is September 27th at 6 p.m. It would be great if, you know, 3 or more Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council members showed up and maybe read a letter or, you know, took a firm stand in partnering with your CAG, and we'd be happy to have dialogue with you as appropriate. The message needs to be the second to last bullet point. Demand the health study that we deserve and medically need, because the path that they are on as your representative, and it's shared by the other CAG members, is not on a path that's going to meet this community's needs. I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you, Craig. Jason has his hand up. Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to let the board know that we should nominate somebody to be another representative along with Craig for CAG. But the thing that is on my mind, and I think CAG is mostly dealing with the health study, but the thing that's on my mind is the monitoring, the what is it, 25, no, that's the health study. It's like 7 million or something for the
That's
air
3.
monitor.
It's 3 and it's to be shared with
3 million, yeah. So I guess this goes to Gabriel. You know, we were really blessed to have ESOM on our board for such a long time. And, you know, ESOM did a tremendous amount of work on this issue. And now we're kind of have this vacuum here. But I think it's imperative for us as a neighborhood council to make sure that we stay on top of things. The air monitoring is something that's very important for the community, and we need to be on top of it. And I think there was some updates and there was some communications, and maybe Craig, that's a little bit out of the CAG, or maybe I'm wrong, but I just want to make the comment that, you know, we need to be bringing the attorneys from the state, I guess it's the state and AQMD, I believe, and CARB. You know, I guess this goes to Gabriel. You know, we need to get these people to tell us what's going on. I think the vendor was selected, from what I understand, but there's been like radio silence on this whole thing. We didn't take an official position, but I think it's very important that we stay on top of things in terms of this, just for the community's benefit and to hold them accountable, because the money has been allocated for these various things. So I think that's the best way that we can support, you know, the community, is to bring these elected officials in, put them on the agenda, and let's get the updates and let's know what's going on. And so we can, you know, without ESOM, we're really kind of treading water here. That's my impression.
Thank you,
I know
Jason.
it's kind of a negative thing, but you know, I'm always straight up about things.
You're 100% correct, and I will work on that to agendize those entities. I 100% agree with you.
If I may chime in on the urgency of that, by the way, the CAG has no more of a voice on the air monitoring than PRNC does, and we do voice our opinion. I think if we unite on one, and this was ESOM's point, and I think it is well taken, we must have complete 100% transparency to the air monitoring data in a website. It can be unaltered, unedited, unfiltered. And I think the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council would help the community greatly by taking a very firm position on that. Because from the CAG's perspective, we are not getting full disclosure.
I agree. David Balin?
Yes, thank you. So I disagree with you, Jason. We're not completely in the dark, and you're aware of that as well. As we should all be aware, it was awarded to Argo Scientific and UCLA. And I know that, Gabriel, if you want to reach out to Don, I'm sure Don will come and speak to the community and give you, his program or what they're planning for the community. I do know that. I do know, Gabriel, you were emailed to Andrea's contact information. I don't know if you ever followed up with that. So these doors are open for us to continue the dialogue and to be well aware of what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Becky?
Hi, Craig, I got a quick question. What is the cost of the air monitoring system? Just for those who don't know.
Yeah,
The total cost we need to be monitored. There's no doubt about it. How much is it going to cost?
well, that was part of the bidding process that I was not privy to. I do know that there is a finite budget, and it was $3 million to be shared with another environmentally impacted community. AQMD kicked in an additional $1 million, because you remember they had that health study that they were supposed to do for us, and they didn't spend a dime. So now they contributed that to the air monitoring. So there's a finite budget, Becky. It's not like put together what we want as the air monitoring. And then AQMD chose the vendor, and that's the budget. So it's roughly somewhere between, I'm guessing, $1.5 million to $2.5 million, because we get the $1 million kicker, because we're sharing.
Can we go ahead and can we get our own? Do we have to go through them? Can't we just get our own?
I'd be a big advocate for that.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. That's a huge conversation, but thank you for your answer.
Yeah, but people have been sitting on their hands way too long. This community needs
Absolutely.
to take care of themselves.
Thank you, Becky. We have two questions. One is from Assad. Assad, floor is yours. Let's bring you in. There you go.
Yes, thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, Craig, for the presentation and bringing us up to date. I just, as many of you are aware, I'm very familiar with a lot of the innovations that goes in the city. I have a backbone of infrastructure right now that runs on the solar panels with live data, and we could piggyback on that along with the Argos Scientific. There is a lot of technical solutions I discussed casually with you, Gabriel, and with Craig and other members of the CAG. And being an active member of the ad hoc committee that was on the monitoring system, I renew my desire to be considered as the next member to sit along with Craig to represent Porter Ranch in the neighborhood council. I'm very familiar with a lot of the DPH, red tape and all the government conflicts, and I can help the CAG, especially in the area with the air monitoring system. I'm developing one on my own along the line that is going to be piggyback on the streetlights themselves. That is hopefully be funded by the city of LA outside the 3 million of the DPH. And that will be under the umbrella of the city of LA. And of course, under the umbrella of our council member, John Lee. So that one is like sort of the piggyback solution. But in order for me to be more effective to serve our Porter Ranch, I would renew my desire to be considered for the position. And thank you very much. And I'm always available for questions, if selected or not. I remain active with Craig and Andrew and everybody in the CAG. Thank you.
I would have to admit that Assad has really kind of set a model to follow about being involved. He's attended most every CAG meeting. So thank you, Assad, for your support.
Patty?
Yes, thank you. I'm an at-large member of the CAG from the very beginning. And I just want to answer one question that was kind of brought up, was who is on the LISO Fund Committee? As the State Attorney General's office, the county council and the city attorney's office. And they're the ones who as I said in my public comment earlier, they were claiming they were meeting every week, but I really don't think they really were progressing this. They didn't have any sense of urgency, which we who live in the community, who are seeing members of our fellow residents getting diagnosed with cancer and other conditions, are very concerned and very passionate about. Like Gabriel and others know, I'm very passionate about this subject. Please go to alisohealthstudycag.org, our website. There is a place where you can contact us, ask questions. We can answer them between or among Craig, Andrew, Crown, Brian Allen, and I. We know probably just about everything there is to know about LISO, other than the infrastructure, which Assam actually is the person who knows a lot about that. But we know basically everything else, the dates, who did what, who didn't do what, and where the corruption is. And feel free to ask us any questions. I thank Craig for giving this great report.
Thank you, Patty. And we got Gary. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm with a member of the North Hills West Neighborhood Council, which is basically irrelevant at this point. But I live south of the Sepulveda VA, specifically in the vicinity of Haskell and Parthenia. You did a screen share showing a number of neighborhood councils that are involved with the CAG. And my concern is how, and I have no doubt that the number of people impacted by this blowout is widespread. But way over here, honestly, I've never heard anything specific, and I would love to get more information. And I would think it would benefit your cause to expand your radius so that those impacted start taking notice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I, Gabriel?
Yes, go for it.
Gary, I know you know Brian very well. Please invite us to your neighborhood
Can you mute that, please?
meeting, and we'll do a presentation.
Sorry.
I hope you heard me, Gary. There was some background noise. Please invite us. We'll be happy to come talk to you guys.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best, but our president has sole authority and they have a mind of their own. So I'm not sure that they'll listen to me, but I'll do my best.
Have they met Brian Allen?
Oh, absolutely.
He's very persuasive.
Go for it, Brian.
Thank you, Gary. I'm just going to take two more questions or comments, David Lasher and Voss afterwards, and we got to move on. So David Lasher, go for it.
Thank you, Gabriel. I think it's interesting that Gary's saying that his area is not being actively involved. We have people as far as Silmar and Tahunga that claim they were impacted. I don't necessarily believe that part of it, that far out of Sunland, Tahunga, and that's a reach. But certainly Gary's area. When the time comes, when the rubber meets the road, Assad really should be engaged in this. That's what we didn't get to speak on candidates. That's one thing I wanted to say was that I've worked in local government 20 years. I have a different skill set than someone else. His skill set is really geared toward being involved in that area. When it comes down time for nomination, I'd like to see if we can move that along. He really needs to be involved, and he wants to be, and that's what we're asking people to be involved. He wants to be involved, and that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Voss?
Okay. Hi, Craig. My question is, I have returned to PRNC after some time. I need to know, you said the first meeting of the CAG was held 25 months back. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if you can let me know how many meetings have been held so far, and what is periodically they hold the meeting? Is it quarterly, half yearly, or how do they, what was the schedule which they have not been able to maintain or something? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So 25 months ago, we were meeting monthly. And then unilaterally, DPH back in February of this year forced us to go to quarterly meetings. They basically reduced the frequency of touch points by 67%. The DPH also initially was posting full recordings of all the CAG meetings, and there are on their website, but they stopped publishing them. And Patty can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it was like mid 2020. So here we are a year plus out, and they haven't published the CAG meetings video recordings since then. But I will tell you, Voss, because you seem very interested in what's going on. If you go to this website, Aliso healthstudycag.org, there is a plethora of information, including many of the meetings, the CAG meetings that we recorded and we put on our website, as well as a series of mini town halls that each one focused on very specific questions that Voss, I think you and many of the other newcomers to the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council would want to know. Like, what is the story behind the cancer registry study? What is the issue with the subpoena authority? All of these sort of big topic questions are addressed in mini town halls with community Q&A. I really invite you to go check that out. And again, I'm available to meet with you individually or in small groups as your rules dictate to bring you up to speed.
Okay, I would also like to know, I was reading your report, watching that one. You said that they have declined, there were substances or chemicals, and you have the report, which I saw there is a proof that they existed. And secondly, I need to know, they have removed two eminent person, prestigious person who were offering selfless service, Dr. Adela and Dr. Sistrank. Are you going to do anything about their removal?
Well, we're an advisory group, right? So we have the power of influence and nothing more. We have no authority, boss. Okay. So, we have used an abundance of influence by making everybody aware that this community lost two of its biggest advocates. Dr. Nordella, you heard at the head of this meeting tonight. This guy is way, way engaged in this community and helping them. Sistrank was a wonderful asset and a brilliant mind in the research industry. I mean, he works with the best in a global sense. Those two individuals were forced off for not good reasons. So what have we done about it, Voss? We have brought it to every neighborhood council. We made it a focal point of one of our mini town halls. We have brought it up to every single meeting that we've had with DPH, and it's to no avail. We have been boxed out of communicating with the SOC. We have, but we don't get feedback with them. We asked no less than 4 times, boss, for a meeting with the SOC before the goals and priorities went out. And if you haven't read the goals and priorities, you really should, because it's not going to meet your stakeholders' needs. And when they bump into you at the Ralph's or the Whole Foods or whatever, they're going to say, hey, how did you let this happen?
Okay. And
it's bad, folks. Sorry, I probably went longer than you wanted. Did I answer your question, Voss?
The same thing, like I know that we have a long agenda this evening, but my last question is, since you said this is an advisory group and they are just like advisors, or they cannot, as I assume, they cannot do anything enforcement wise. So my question is, as I said, I'm new. Has this issue been put on the media, or is there any way you can put this in media? Because I know they are very good masters in taking care of the issues which the authorities are not responding or not doing anything. Thank you.
Daily News has been the group that's been following the story the best. And LA Times has been a vacuum in a very odd way, in a very suspicious way. But yes, we've taken it to every media source that would want to talk to us.
Thank you so very much. We will talk later on this one. I'm sorry we don't have that much of time. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
questions,
Bob.
boss. Thank you.
I see Nordella has his hands, I'll give him real quick and then let's move on.
So the one comment I want to make is why we were removed or how were we removed? And it was, again, pushing for the issue on radiation and pushing on the issue for a
We lost you, Dr. Nordella.
You hit mute, sir.
Actually, I didn't really touch.
Sorry
anything,
about
but that's
that.
okay. Are we good?
Yeah.
So the points I wanted to make in regards to that is that there was a charter form, there was verbiage within the charter that if we didn't sign a non-disclosure, that we would not speak publicly to you or to the community in regards to what we were doing. We would not be continued on. So obviously that did not sit well with myself or Dr. Sistrunk. We spoke about it and they terminated us. So again, it's just the manipulation. It was because we were pushing for radiation evaluation, so forth and so on, which wouldn't have been picked up unless it had been discovered, which I won't say how, but it was obvious they didn't. And as of this date, they supposedly did a radiation evaluation, but no one has it. The last thing I just want to make you aware of as a possible issue is that Don will have a contract with AQMD for doing the monitoring. We don't know. I don't know. I would speculate that that contract will have some of the same verbiage in it of what he's allowed to release or not. So you might not get the transparency that you're anticipating. Thank you much.
Thank you, Dr. Nordella.
Dr. Nordella, sorry, Gabe, Dr. Nordella won't say why radiation was put on the map. It was because of him. He saw it in the analysis. He's the guy that poured through 75 pages of reports and said, holy cow, there's radiation up here. It's because of his presence on the site. Nobody else brought it up. That
Thank
voice
you,
is
Craig.
gone.
Thank you, Craig. Let's move on. I think this should be possibly a bigger meeting in the future or dedicated meeting regarding this topic to update the whole community regarding everything going on. We can discuss this matter for hours and hours if needed to, but we just don't have time right now to do so. But let's discuss maybe a special meeting or maybe a town hall or something we can all do regarding this in the future.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to item number 14. It's a presentation from Alex Wu in regards to Silver Lake Ramen opening up at the Vineyards, and this is regarding the conditional use for alcohol. Let me bring him in. Oh, brought him in already. Jason, thank you. Alex, are you here?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. And let me show your paperwork on the screen.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. Happy Hump Day.
Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation to come before your neighborhood council tonight. As you stated in the opening remark, tonight we are here to present to you the Silver Lake Ramen, and we are so excited to be coming into Porter Ranch. The Silver Lake Ramen started back in 2012 in the Silver Lake area, and since then has currently 26 locations. Mainly, they're all located within Southern California and some in Northern California and some out of state. But we're very excited to come into neighborhood Porter Ranch. When Mr. Lim, the founder of Silver Lake Ramen, discovered this location in the Vineyards, he just fell in love with it. He thought this will be a perfect spot where he could come in, be able to cater to the multiple families in the area, and just to be able to be part of the community. As you know, there is a master's conditional use permit for the Vineyards. So we are actually going through the master plan approval to be able to be one of the 12 locations that was previously approved under the master CUP for the beer and wine and ancillary use to a restaurant. So we are going to be a sit-down bona fide restaurant. And as stated, the beer and wine is just an ancillary to give our patrons an overall comprehensive dining experience. The requested hours are from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily, which is indicative of a bona fide restaurant. And we are looking forward to being able to service our our new neighbors, our patrons, and our friends to be in the near future. We feel that this location does meet all the criterias that would be good for the community and be an asset to the neighbors. And we feel that this will be a good addition to the vineyards. I know we're going to be located right next to the Vinnie's Craft House, so we're looking forward to that. We feel that this is, we just feel like we're just very excited and can't wait to get our doors open and start serving our neighbors and friends. So I hope that kind of answers all the technical questions that you may have as far as the request. If there's anything that I may be able to add or any questions I may be able to answer at this time.
Thank you, Alex. Any board members
you,
have
sir.
any comments, questions? All right, David Lasher, go for it.
We don't have ramen right now without having to drive a long way. So I'm looking forward to
Yes,
having
sir.
Silver Lake ramen there. And
Yes, sir.
we've been begging for a diversity of food choices in Porter Ranch. And I think this is definitely adding to that, broadening our palates, if you will. So look forward to being there.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that, sir.
Thank you. Becky?
I look forward to having a ramen restaurant as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any attendees? Any questions? I don't see any. I guess, oh, there we go. We got Jason. Jason, go ahead.
Mr. Wu, is there anything that you would like us to take up in terms of, supporting or not supporting, or are you good to go?
We would be greatly appreciative if, as the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council, could submit a letter of support for our request. We don't have an actual hearing date as of today, but we envision that it should be hopefully before the end of the year. So if we could have a letter of support from the Neighborhood Council, it will be much appreciated, and I would just be able to add the overwhelming support that we've been able to garner from the community. We have also ran it by the council office. They tentatively were supportive, but obviously they say, hey, go to the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council and present your case and get your support. And so I think that would only be able to give the zoning administrator all the necessary things, so he'll be able to go ahead and approve it and be able to see that this will be a great fit for the community.
Okay, well, our president, Gabriel, is the chair of the land use committee, so we could put
Definitely.
it directly on the agenda or have a land use meeting.
I will
Appreciate it.
definitely.
Thank you very
I'll
much.
definitely stay in touch with you on that. And then Becky,
Appreciate
did
it,
you
sir.
raise your
Thank
hand
you.
again, or?
Yeah, just very quickly, Mr. Wu, will there be outdoor dining included?
No, ma'am. So we are not proposing any outdoor dining. We don't really have the layout in order for us to be able to accommodate outdoor dining, but we will be doing all interior and hopefully with 46 seats, that should be able to service our community and get in and out and be able to be able to service our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With no further questions, I will work with you. I'll stay in touch with you and definitely bring a letter for the board to discuss regarding support.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have
Look
one-
forward to seeing everyone. Have a
Thank
good
you.
evening. Thanks
Mr.
again.
Wu,
Bye. Yes, sir.
I still wanted to notice some of your plans, some of your schematics, you've spelled Silver Lake wrong. It's just a small thing, but it might, just like the one
You
we're
know
looking
what?
at right now. I noticed it earlier today.
You're right. You know what? Unfortunately, we don't make the plans. We were given these plans from the architect, but I will go and point that out to them.
I mean, it
That
can only,
is
it
pretty-
can't help your discussion.
It's Sivler Lake. Sivler.
Thank you for
Good
noting
catch,
that, sir.
Slasher.
I will-
You're
Yes,
welcome.
very good catch.
Thank you. I
Thank
get paid by
you.
the word.
Thanks again.
Let's move on to the next item. We have presentation by Will Pellegrini. Is he here? If you are, raise your hand, please.
I don't see him.
I don't
Do you
either.
see him?
Nope, I don't see him. I think
Come back to that.
we can move on. Next item is item number 16, discussion regarding topics to include on the upcoming board retreat on September 30th. Let's see. I wanted to open it up and we can talk about it about a couple of minutes. I just want to know topics and subjects the board wants to bring up at the retreat. I'll open up to the board for suggestions.
You want to start with the board first?
Yeah, Voss,
Okay,
go for it.
Voss.
Okay, I would just like to know whether we are going to discuss the holiday party schedule at that meeting or no.
Holiday party can be discussed on that. I'll add it on it. I'll add it on the
Yeah.
agenda.
Well, it's quite a ways away. The holiday party usually is something that we would, usually the outreach chair kind of plans that, but
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Voss.
I think, the retreat is, for us to work together, to set our goals, to, streamline things, the website, our operational stuff. I think we're okay on the budget side. I think we've already got our budget approved. But I think it's like our long-term planning for this fiscal year really is, really what the Balin is David?
Yeah, David Ballin's next.
Okay, thank you.
That's
thank
me.
you.
Send it
So
off, David.
I think that it would be advisable that all the committees come with an idea as to where they would like to focus on this coming year. I think they should have, each committee should come with a couple ideas, share with the board. Maybe we can figure out, what type of monies we might need. But I think it would really help the board. It would be a great discussion to share where the committees want to focus this year.
Great idea. Thank you. David Lasher?
That's a great suggestion from David. I think we should definitely focus on at least having one item of discussion in terms of maybe not so much doing a revamp, redesign of the website, but tackling those more critical areas on how to move forward with updating it regularly and that kind of thing. So, and addressing what we talked about earlier in terms of having simple messages like, hey, the budget information is on the city's website for after January 2020, look here, but I think the website is definitely an issue to discuss.
All right, thank you.
you.
Jennifer?
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
I know that Thanksgiving it's actually right around the corner really, but I would love if we can do like, on behalf of PRNC, if we could donate some turkeys to needy families. I'm not sure if we've done it in the past. I'm not sure if we can do that, but if we can just kind of, set something up for Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any other board member comments?
I just wanted to piggyback off of what Jennifer said. That was something that I really wanted to do as well. Becky and I are actually going to get together this week to discuss some really fun events for the community for the upcoming holidays like Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas. And we would love to work with Jennifer, whoever else wants to get involved with outreach as well.
Count me in.
I would love that. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Christine. Just remember that you can have 3 board members on a committee.
Okay,
And then the rest could be stakeholders.
wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then once you're ready with an agenda, just talk to me so we can set up something for the committee meeting.
Definitely.
Thank you. Jason?
Yeah, thank you, Christine and Jennifer. And yeah, so events is an important part of it. Things we do to help the community, that's certainly an important part of it. I'm always into doing projects in the community, so I'd like to talk a little bit about, I'd like to hear from everybody on the board. I got my own ideas, but I want to hear what everyone else thinks in terms of projects in the community. Also, like in terms of representatives, maybe liaisons, various liaisons that we're going to have, like how we structure things, in terms of like the CAG liaison. We have our budget advocate, our budget reps assigned. But if there were going to have any other liaisons to like Sustainability Alliance or, we all want to kind of focus on our areas and our strengths. And so that's an important component. And then I guess kind of the operational, because we have a lot of new people. So just understanding the operational ways the board works in terms of like when we get emails or the newsletter, I think we need to kind of delegate, Gabriel, you don't want to take too much on, like you have to kind of delegate tasks. So let's figure out, who's going to do the newsletter, who's going to do the Facebook, who's going to do, and are we going to have an Instagram account, or are we going to, and there's a lot of tools that there's a Canva account that we have that's very good for doing flyers. But, let's plan some events, and David is right. The committees should come up with, that's how we used to do it. Committees basically come up with ideas. So like, Christine, you're the chair of outreach. So think about outreach, events and things like that. Everybody has their committee. I do beautification. So I'm going to try and think of how we can, and so it's really just a brainstorming kind of event and, team building. Oh, and the last point is the CIS. If we could just put on there about the community impact statements, I can cover that just for like maybe 5-10 minutes and show everybody how that works. And we can have up to 5 representatives who can file those community impact statements. But the community impact statement is actually, in my opinion, the most influential thing, the most powerful tool we have on the board, is that 5 minutes that we get to speak in front of city council. So that is very important. And I want everybody to understand what we can do with the community impact statement, how it works, what it's for, and things like that. So
Perfect. Thank you, Jason. Becky? Can't hear you, Becky.
Mr. President, I was wondering who is running the board retreat? Is it a group of people on the board? Is it one person? Is it our president?
I'll be running the board.
agenda?
I'll be running the retreat, and every committee will be running their own committee discussions on the board.
Perfect.
So it's like almost, I'm gonna make it more of an open discussion.
I just think for the new people too, it's important that they understand what's going on.
Correct.
Okay,
And I'm
thank
open to
you.
discuss. Anybody who has any questions, they can contact me directly as well during next 1.5 weeks before the agenda is made. Thank you, Becky. Vas?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it was decided at the last board meeting to discuss at the retreat, the liaison sort of thing. I got the points from Jason at the last meeting, and I still got on the CIS. I am working on these things, and I'm going to put proposal on that day. And I hope that Jason will be agreeing to that also, because he is going to be involved in that also. Like there will be sustainable committee, there will be beautification, CIS, and other thing. So my plan is to involve almost everyone on the board to do one thing or on the other as far as liaison is concerned, because city also sent the inquiries. So these should go to these persons or committees. They are specialized in that one. So I am working on that. I will put that on retreat meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Vas.
Boss, can we connect offline, boss?
Yeah.
I'll email you my phone number. Let's connect offline and kind of
Sure.
work on it together.
Yeah. I will send you my proposal, and then you can
Send me your phone number. I prefer to talk to people.
Okay.
All
I will
right,
do
thank
that.
you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more board comments. I see Asar in the public raising hand. Go ahead, Asar.
Yes, thank you, Gabriel. Three items I think you should possibly consider to discuss or include. One, increased emergency preparedness training. Only few of the board members and the community members are CERT trained or qualified CERT trained. So maybe someone like David Lasher, who is very active in that, takes the lead on that, but something in the emergency preparedness training. The other one, consider increased budget for a tree canopy through the beautification, because we need more of the tree canopy. And then maybe the third item, if we have Jason interacts with Streets LA to try to get some of the cool asphalt pilot programs implemented in Porter Ranch. So three items more of a feasibility for Porter Ranch that would enhance our operation. And with the CERT, I think Gabriel, you're CERT, and David Lasher, Balin, and Hector are certified in addition to me.
I was CERT instructor, in fact.
Right.
And
so especially we live in the, how it is, Gabriel, we live in the danger zone.
Yeah.
So emergency preparedness, and especially we hadn't had any of those events with LAPD and LA Fire Department, because we lost one because of the fire, the other one because of COVID. So we should pick up on that.
Thank you
very
Assad.
much.
And
Thank
just
you.
1 second, Assad, out of the three things, I would like some more information on increased budget for canopy.
Yes.
Can you explain that?
So basically, DWP has some programs in which Jason is familiar with it, in which we can get trees and then planted, and this way we add, and there is a lot of dead trees along the sidewalks, especially let's say around Porter Ranch Drive. Those can be replaced by DWP in coordination with the beautification committee. There is some programs in which we buy a tree and they plant it, or we buy one, they give us 2 free. So I'll work within.
We can talk offline.
Right,
on
we'll
that.
talk offline on that, but
Okay.
I just wanted to have it on your radar, boss.
Okay, then you can talk to Jason and he will help you.
Yeah, we'll talk about it, boss.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, boss.
Thank you. And I got one more hand, and then we can move on to the next agenda. Becky?
I also was CERT trained, and I also set up many CERT trainings for Porter Ranch and many years ago. I think it'd be nice if we made a list of all of the board members who have been CERT trained, just so that everyone knows how many people have been. And I think it's a really important training to take. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. All right, let's move on to next.
I love that idea, Becky, and we could even put it, how it has our board profiles? We could even like add that. Great idea, Becky. I like that.
Certifications. I like that idea as well. Let's move on to item number 17. Voss, that's yours. You're muted.
Okay, I want to put to the board for discussion and possible action for Granada Hills Parade and Fair NPG in the amount not to exceed 3,500.
No, we're at the Civic University. Item number 17.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. So this is a Civic U program. This was started in 2015 but was passed because of the pandemic. Now they have restarted this one, and this Civic U provides the tools for neighborhood councils need to understand city government and to influence the policy at City Hall. And since the first Civic U for neighborhood council in 2015, over 500 people have completed and graduated from this program. The Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, in partnership with the Mayor's Office and Cal State Pat Brown Institute of Public Affairs, invites each neighborhood council to appoint board members to attend Civic U. The number of appointees from each board will need to be less than a majority of the quorum for your board. We invite neighborhood empowerment advocate. Okay, we invite your board to take gender diversity and inclusiveness in its decision. Your neighborhood empowerment advocate is ready to assist you in this process. The 90-minute session will be held virtually on Thursday, September 9 at 6:30 p.m. That is tomorrow. The next session will be held on Thursday, September 23rd at 6:30. And the last session will be held on Thursday, September 30th, 2021 at the same time. And to appoint the board member, the item will need to be agendized at your July or August board meeting. And here is the suggested language. Discussion and possible action to appoint board members to attend the 2021 Civic University of Neighborhood Council scheduled for September 9, 23rd and 30th. Once appointed, participants will need to register, and there is an address I can give to you that in order to receive more information about the 3 sessions included in the Zoom link. So I move the motion to discuss and possible action to appoint board members to attend the 2021 Civic University for Neighborhood Council scheduled for September 9, 23rd and 30th, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Vas.
You are welcome.
And it's open for discussion right now. Jason, go ahead.
I got my certificate here, 2017. And so all the new board members, anybody who hasn't gone, I strongly encourage you to go. You're going to learn about how our government, which is a little bit unique, the mayor has a lot of power and the city council members have a lot of power, but it's a great event. And I appreciate Glenn's comment about the conflict with our retreat. So we ought to, is the 30th a Saturday, Gabriel? What day is the 30th?
The 30th is Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Because, you know, this is going to be a problem for any, you know, we need the new board members to go to our retreat, right? But we
Correct.
also want them to graduate from Civic U. So what are your thoughts on that? Those are my only comments. It's a great event and everybody should participate.
I think we can have, what is it, 5 members attending, if I'm correct?
Yes.
Majority minus 1.
Yeah.
It's a great, so the elections and the retreat and the Civic U is on the same date. So I'll open it up to the board to discuss.
I
we
think
should-
Boss, Hilda, Christine, Jennifer, if you guys can go and you haven't gone, strongly encourage it.
I would like to go.
My question, Jason, you've been before. Do they have to go to all 3 dates or they can just go to the first 2 dates and come to the retreat?
Yeah, I think they let us slide with one, but maybe Gibson can answer, but I think you have to go to all 3.
All 3, yeah.
Gibson, are you here? Raise your hand, please.
Yeah, he should know. I see his name right there on the bottom.
Yeah, I see him, but I'm not sure if he's here or not.
I think there was a 2.0 and I think I went and I missed one class. Maybe I didn't get a certificate for missing one class.
Mr. Gibson, are you here?
And then Glenn Bailey has his hand up too,
Oh.
and David
Yeah.
as well.
Let's Glenn. If you can, floor is yours.
You should be
Yes.
able to unmute.
Yes, they have stated in order to get the certificate, you do have to attend all 3 to get the certificate, but you can still participate and not get the certificate. You do want to clarify, I believe it's less than a quorum of a quorum. So I don't believe it's just one less than your actual quorum. So you might want to confirm that. But based on that, if you get that many people interested, you may want to, do a tier 1 and tier 2 in case I'm right, and that it's a quorum of a quorum number.
Because over here, it says the number of appointees from each board will need to be less than a majority of the quorum for your board. Our quorum is 6. I'm assuming 5. but I'm not 100% sure.
It uses the term appointee, meaning that if we appoint 3 people, for example, it's a free country, people can show up, but we just have to just listen, right? If you go, you're just listening. There's no discussion. Oh, Gibson is,
That's not true, Jason.
let's see.
All right, let's give it to Gibson. Gibson, please come in.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Good evening, everybody. Just just been here in the background, just listening. For Porter Ranch, it would be 3 board members.
3, thank you. And if anybody else wants to go above the 3, are they allowed to go or only 3 can attend?
We are recommending that it just stay 3 because, again, as mentioned by our great Mr. Glenn Bailey, you are trying to avoid any issues, especially when it comes to quorum issues. We don't want any issues with serial communication, but this is something we still want to offer to all our neighborhood councils. And so we are asking our boards to take this action. So folks participating, especially those who are definitely going to go, one thing is to make sure is you're participating about civic engagement, and we're talking about different levels. And so that knowledge will be shareable. We just want to make sure that folks are able to participate. And I think that would be the best way to go about it and moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. One more question for you. As you heard, we have the retreat set on the same day. What do you suggest? How long are these meetings, the U meetings?
The Civic U, as mentioned, it ends up being 2 to 3 hours because we're definitely talking about a multitude of things, right? Especially with the first one where we're talking about the power structure of Los Angeles City Hall. We want to make sure that we're properly able to describe it, touch base on it, just kind of go on those elements, right? As well as in on the September 23rd one, I think it's also we want folks to get comfortable with how City Hall works. And so if we're able to give you the tools and how you can help influence policymaking in City Hall even further, by all means participate. And this board can take action to reschedule the board retreat. The good thing about retreats is we can also try to schedule it on a Saturday morning. I don't know if folks are okay with grabbing a cup of coffee while rubbing their eyes, still regretting that they woke up for a neighborhood council on a Saturday. But we can definitely push that as well. And we can definitely, Saturdays also gives us the opportunity to, and we can set a curriculum and sort of like what we want to discuss and just keep it to that and then kind of go from there.
Thank you. Is there a deadline when we have to do the retreat?
No, sir, but we definitely always recommend doing it within the first 3 months with this new board, but there is no restriction on that. We just like when boards take retreats so they can teach fellow board members and we can always ask questions. And if we're able to do it from a distance of time, I can try to see if we can have the Office of the City Attorney participate in one of our retreats so folks can ask questions, but something to just think about and ponder.
Okay, and then also we have elections set for the 11th board member on the same day. So if we do choose on postponing the 30th, so we just make an announcement on postponing the elections as well?
Yes, and the 30th will be the next day, right? The next board meeting or the retreat?
The 30th is the retreat.
Okay, I mean, the appointment of the new board member can happen in the next scheduled regular board meeting in October.
That. Okay. So now at this point, we just have to decide 3 members that are interested in going to the Civic U and discussing if we want to postpone the retreat. That's what
Yes, sir.
And can we discuss postponing the retreat right now based on the fact it's not on agenda?
No, because it's not on the agenda. I always recommend to have it on the agenda.
Okay. And
if it was not on the agenda, that let's not create a Brown Act issue and we get violations on it. We can do a special meeting for that specific matter.
Gotcha.
We can do another doodle poll for that.
Thank you, Gibson.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. So by raise of hands, who is interested in the Civic U? I know, Voss, you're interested, obviously. You sent in the motion. David Balin, is that you have a question or you're interested in the Civic U?
No, I've been waiting to speak, so thank you so much for acknowledging me.
No problem.
I was almost fell asleep. Hey,
no worries, trying to figure out here.
Just to give the heads up, just wanted to encourage any of our new board members. I highly, highly recommend attending it. The best part about it is you're not going to have to drive downtown. I believe this is all going to be on Zoom, but I did want to differ with Jason because there are breakout sessions, and this is where you're able to have input and you're able to have dialogue with your other 99 councils that do show up. So there are breakout sessions where you will learn more. So it's very interactive, and you definitely your 3 hours will go quick. And it is about 3 hours. Just to FYI, if you decide to do it, it's 3 hours and it's well worth it.
Thank you, David.
Gibson, are you raising your hand again, or I just didn't lower your hand before?
He lowered it.
Okay, I lowered it. Okay. So who would be interested in this? Christine has his hand up. Has her hand up. Voss. David Lasher, you're interested, or you have a question? I can't hear you. Sorry.
Interested.
Thank you. So Jennifer, you're interested as well? I see.
I'm interested, but you did say September 30th in the morning.
September 30th at 6:30 p.m. until approximately 10, until
Okay.
9:30.
Okay, great. Yes, I can actually do that.
All righty. David Balin, you have your hand up too. You have a question, or you're interested?
I can be, you know what, as I was looking at this, you guys, whoever does this, you guys are home free because these are only 90-minute sessions. So, you know, going downtown, it was a lot longer. So if these are only 90 minutes, those are streamlined. So I would jump on it.
Gotcha. So we have 2, 3, 4, 5 people interested, and there are 3 available seats. Mr. Gibson, how do you?
Who is the 5th person? I have Voss, Christine, Lasher, and Jennifer.
And Gabriel.
Oh, okay.
But I'll pull my name out, so I'll give opportunity for other board members to do it.
I think we should make this a priority for the new people. I mean, with, you know, with respect to the.
I mean, I definitely know if folks want to go, there's no, I wouldn't discourage it, but I always ask that sometimes we give the new board members an opportunity to go and just participate, especially this being the first time we're doing it virtually. So it's a good opportunity to get new faces, get folks to just get some more information and also network within the neighborhood council system, I think, especially for new board members, if this is something that they're interested in. If not, we may just have to do a virtual rock, paper, scissors, or do a coin toss, because I've done a coin toss before and it was not fun.
Gotcha. All righty. And so we have Voss, Christine, David Lasher, and Jennifer that are interested.
I'm interested too, if I'm allowed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seats. So should we do? I'm so happy.
Can I ask a question to Gibson?
Go ahead.
So, you know, with our committee meetings, we've had 3 board members, but we've had a 4th board member or a 5th board member sit in on a committee meeting, but not say anything. And so I'm trying to understand why it's treated like a prohibition if we can be respectful of the Brown Act. And certain people will agree to not participate in dialogue, not ask questions, just go and listen. Then the 3 primary people that we nominate or appoint, and the remainder will remain in silence, but just take in the information. Then would that not be compliant with the Brown Act? That's my question.
That's still I think we're just trying to avoid all that system of trying to do a workaround about anything. We just let it be 3 because that's based off of your quorum and because it's across the neighborhood council system. And then because I definitely know we want to see how this
it's a simple way to look at it, but in reality, you know,
simple way, but it's still complex because we are dealing with if we all neighborhood council did that, would not be able to it would be an issue. So I just say prevention is better than cure. So here we just don't do that.
So we still have 5 people interested. The 5 of you, how would you like to handle that? Would you want to draw numbers or?
You take this one, Gabriel.
I'm sorry, when is the next class? When is the next one?
Next
September
year.
9th. September 9th is the first one, Thursday, 6:30 PM. It looks like it's all Thursdays, Thursday.
I think she means when's the next session? I think next year, right? It's once a
Correct.
year.
Oh, yeah, annual, they do it. I think.
Any of the 5 want to withdraw their name?
Yeah, I'll do it next time. It's okay.
I'll withdraw my name too.
Yeah.
I can as well.
Now everybody's withdrawing. So you know what? How?
I actually can't make the 9th you said, and the next two, sorry, you said the 9th, the 16th, is that right?
9, 6, 16, 23rd and
The
30th.
23, 30.
Okay, got
I
it.
can't
Yeah,
do the 23rd either.
yeah, so I will take my name off.
Okay,
sorry.
so we have Voss, Christine, and David Lasher. All 3 of you accept?
Yes.
No, I'm saying I'm gonna withdraw because I can't do the 23rd.
Okay, Hilda, are you back in?
No, because I'm not going to be able to be available September 30th as well. I have an event Hollywood, the W Hotel, so I'll do it next time. No problem.
All right, so we're down to now David Lasher and Voss.
I can make all the sessions, and I wasn't, with COVID and everything else, I wasn't just elected, but I haven't had the opportunity to go before. 'Cause
Okay.
It's been canceled, so.
Perfect. So let's do the, yes, Glenn Bailey. You have your hand up?
It's probably, I was going to suggest designate alternates in case anyone withdrew, but they've already done that. So, okay, so that was
Okay,
it.
thank you. All right.
I'll make the motion if you want for, to appoint Voss, Gabriel, and David Lasher.
Sounds good. 1 second. I'll make the second. 1 second. All right, Christine, you want to call the roll? Where'd you go?
I'm right here.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries. And
Okay.
Hilda can't participate in this vote, so you
Okay,
could.
David Lasher,
Should I abstain?
No, you can vote.
I would vote then for the 3 names, including myself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David Balin,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Luis is absent. Okay, Becky,
We can't hear you, Becky.
Yes. Do you hear me?
Jennifer,
Yes. Yes, yes.
Boss,
Yes.
myself, yes, and Gabriel.
Yes,
Okay.
and Hilda?
Oh, Hilda.
Can she vote?
I thought I couldn't vote.
I think she
You
could
can
vote on
vote
this.
on this because it's not.
Okay, I'll say yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we're back to 9, I believe.
9, motion passes. Thank you. So 3, Voss, me, and David Lasher will be going to Civic U. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
We're running very late. Let's take a 5-minute quick break and let's be back at, what time is it right now? I don't even know anymore.
9,
Let's be back at 9:15. Thank you.
11.
अजय पूरा घट्टोघट 10:30. क्या ना सो जाता हूँ.
Board members, if you're here, come on up line. Thank you. 5, 6, perfect. Let's move on. Next item number 20. Jason, you want to take this one? Actually, no,
19.
item number 19, sorry.
19, yeah.
Item 19. Voss.
Are you guys ready?
Yes, and
Okay.
Elisa is not going to be here today, and she's being replaced with Dave, and I'll bring him into the meeting. He already has his hand up. 1 second.
Okay, well, let me know when you're ready.
Is he in here? Where did he go? There he goes. Dave, can you hear me?
I can. One moment.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. We'll be with you shortly. Voss, go
Yeah.
for it.
Okay, this is regarding discussion and
Voss, just read the motion as it states on number 19.
okay, discussion and possible action for Granada Hills Parade and Fair NPG in the amount not to exceed $3,500 to be used for street fair activities and supplies. And whatever we approve, that will include a booth in that price.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Dave, go ahead.
Thank you, Voss. Dave,
Yeah.
it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Joy being with you this evening. We got a large agenda, so I'm going to be as brief as possible. For those of you that don't know me, I'm the past president of Granada Hills South Neighborhood Council, one of the original directors. And I'm also secretary of the Granada Hills Community Foundation, which is a 501c3 supporting the Granada Hills Chamber of Commerce. And the NPG today for the amount of $3,500 is for both events, primarily for the street fair, which is a huge outreach event, not just for Granada Hills, but for the entire North Valley. We traditionally draw between 10 and 15,000 visitors to the fair. This year, the fair will be held on October 23rd, a little later, and we hope a little cooler than some of the previous years. And it is a great outreach opportunity, not just for the Granada Hills North and South neighborhood councils, but for all the adjacent neighborhood councils, because you have a lot of people attending, both in Porter Ranch and Northridge and North Hills. Especially in Porter Ranch, because there is a connection with Granada Hills High School, in that you have a lot of students coming down from Porter Ranch that attend Granada Hills Charter High School. So the high school is always very active in the fair and usually has a booth. They are also very active in the parade, which will be on Sunday, December 5th, starting at about 1 o'clock. The fair itself, we're ramping up for that. It's in about 6 weeks. If you've attended one in the past, you know that we get between 120 and 140 vendors over 4 blocks of Chatsworth Street between Zelza and Encino. It includes a car show, usually a beer garden, and lots and lots of entertainment on several stages. In the past, we've also had a kids fun zone. So it's a family-oriented event, and it's a great opportunity for outreach, which we have not had as neighborhood councils in the past couple of years. So I would encourage you to support this event. We on the foundation decided to ask all of the neighborhood councils for the same amount, but any amount that you approve would be greatly appreciated by the street fair and holiday parade committees. So I'm here for any questions, and I'll send it back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dave. A quick question. Has any other councils donated or passed NPG so far?
Yes, this has been before Granada Hills South and Granada Hills North, and they both supporting the NPGs.
And do you know the amounts they passed?
Granada Hills South passed for $3,500. Granada Hills North actually passed 2 NPGs in the amount of $4,500.
Oh, wow. Thank you, David Balin. Go for it.
Thank you. So the question I have is, I understand that the Granada Hills would do 35 and 45 because this is within their jurisdiction. What is the cost for any vendor to want to pop up a tent to show their wares?
The vendor cost structure is tiered. Just full disclosure, my wife was a vendor for many years. She had a jewelry business. And so also full disclosure, I've been on the committee for a number of years. And so my position was always to give a break to the artist vendors, keep that price down because they operate on a very slim margin. So this year, I believe it's 125 for artist vendors, and goes up for vendors depending on whether or not they have a membership in the chamber.
Thank you. Jason, would you be able to pull up what we did last time, please? Thank you.
I can't even remember the last time we supported this.
The last street fair was 2019 because both events were canceled due to COVID last year.
I don't recall us, as long as I've been treasurer, I don't recall ever.
I believe it. If I'm not mistaken, I think we were at the street fair. It was 2000. I think it was had to be 2018 or 2019 because our council member was just starting to run for office. No, he took over I think he took over for Mitch's office. And I remember he was at that fair that particular weekend. I'm just curious. So thank you.
Thank you, David. Becky?
Hi, Dave. What, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
What do we get for $3,500?
You're as was already mentioned, you're going to get a booth in a prime spot. The committee takes care of its sponsors, and as a major sponsor, you would be able to reach out to your stakeholders, and we always make sure that neighborhood councils get a really good spot in the
What
fair.
kind of publicity, what
is.
kind of publicity will we get? What kind of promotions do you do that would have our name on it? Will we have a flag that says Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council flying over the street? What kind of recognition would we get for it?
Normally, we will have banners up on the main stage with all the major sponsors, which include the neighborhood councils.
And what print publications will we be in?
Well, it'll be in the chamber media advertising. I can't tell you what other publications it'll be in. It depends on what media picks this up. Normally, we try to put something into the Daily News the week prior to the event. Whether or not they run that is their prerogative.
Thank you, Becky. Any other board member comments? Yes, Vas?
Yeah, I think the way we are discussing it and we are getting the answer, I think we should amend it to $1,000.
Do we have a second on that proposal? Who said? Somebody said something.
No, I didn't say anything. Sorry. I was waiting to speak. I think, I don't know, maybe we should all get to speak before we make motions. I don't know. But I raised my hand up late, so.
Jay, we have a motion, so.
The motion is for 3,500, right?
The
Is there a
motion
motion?
was- The motion was 3,500 and amended to 1,000 by Voss.
All right, but I thought we were doing comments before, well anyways. Yeah, I was on the Granada Hills North meeting when they approved this, and it's pretty cool. They have a parade, and what I took from that is, I guess, Dave, you know, I love you, Dave. You know, we've worked on a lot of stuff in the past, and you know, I totally support you, and I love Granada Hills. Totally support Granada Hills. You're our neighbors. You're our partners. Our budget is cut severely this year, as we all are. So I guess the way I look at it is, you know, how involved does this board want to be with this event? That's the way I look at it, right? You know, when we do things, if people are want to be involved, if we want to be involved in the parade, if we want to have a booth, you know, I think that's what it comes down to, right? Like, if we're going to support an event, how much are we going to participate in the event? Because we're talking about outreach, and the outreach is us. If we're not out there doing this outreach, then, you know, being in a publication or whatever, that doesn't really mean much in my opinion. What it means is that we're there, we're talking to people, we're enjoying the event, we're sharing the event. So I guess we haven't supported this, but you know, I think Voss's figure of 1,000 is pretty reasonable, in my opinion. But
Would you like?
you know,
to
we want to
second?
support you. We want to support you. You know.
Jason, would you like to second Voss's?
Yeah, I'll second
so we can
Voss's
discuss it
motion
further.
for 1,000.
Okay. Thank you. David Bailey?
Well, since Jason's already seconded the motion, I can't make comment. Thank you.
You can make comment after the second.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll go ahead and make comment.
Go for it.
Personally, you know, I've worked the street fair. Most of the time, board members do not show up. You know, it's great for outreach. It's great to get people's emails, get them on our mailing list. But at the end of the day, you know, we're not going over there. We're not drinking the beer. We're not doing it. We're basically there for outreach throughout the whole day. So, and Jason's absolutely correct. You know, if people aren't going to step up and show up, then there's really no point to it. But once Dave's already said, you know, normally the cost of us putting up our tent is $120 or $125 or whatever it might be. You know, and then other than that, we have to come out of pocket for all the outreach, the pin lights, the whatever we want to, you know, give out to the community, that comes out of our budget as well. You know, my recommendation would have been for a lower amount. So thank you.
Thank you. Becky?
I think it would be a great event. We had talked about doing something for Halloween. If the date of the event is the 23rd of October, we could have a booth and we could, you know, promote the neighborhood council, and, you know, who knows, maybe we could have some kind of a game or something for the kids. I think it's an opportunity for us to be a part of the community and to kind of come back together after everything that's happened with COVID, to come back as a united community, not just a splintered community, but all of us come back together. And I hope that Northridge East and Northridge West and all of the other ones are also going to participate, Mr. Beauvais, in this endeavor. It's a great event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Becky, we're scheduled to be in front of all of our adjacent neighborhood councils this month.
Perfect.
Any other board member comments?
I'd like to make a comment. Is that okay?
Yes, go for it.
I have participated many years ago when I was working for Coldwell Banker, and it's really, really a fun event, and it just gets your name out. especially with the banner. You interact with the community. You ask questions. Maybe with my business is different, but not really. It's really for the community. And maybe, yes, the cost is a little high, but maybe we can work something out. And then what Becky said, doing something and giving away things, I think it's a wonderful idea. It really is. You just have to work around the numbers. And I really think the 3,500 is high.
Thank you. David Lasher?
Thank you. I think 3,500 is way too much for the bang for the buck we're going to receive coming out of this. And I think it's going to, unfortunately, not to be cynical, but the same members of the community that go to all the parades and things like that are going to be there. It's nice because it's post, the kind of coming out of COVID, we haven't had it for a couple of years, but it's not in Porter Ranch, and I don't see us gaining a lot out of it. Short of having our name on a banner, but that's just where I'm coming from.
Thank you. I have attendees. I have Assad. 1 second. There you go.
Yes, thank you, Gabriel. I highly encourage your participation in this because historically, when we did the emergency preparedness in the parking lot for the Topanga Mall, for the Northridge Mall, we collected almost 1,000 emails and people signed to be on our mail list. And then it was a way where we interacted along with the other neighborhood councils. It was like a whole row of all the neighborhood councils that participated, and then we communicated with people. We were having a great outreach. This is the opportunity where we're coming out of the COVID box. This is the opportunity for our outreach committee now to sort of excel and bring out everybody to join into the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council activities. Yes, it's not Porter Ranch, but Granada Hills, Porter Ranch, Northridge, we're all close to each other. We're all in one vicinity. And I've been into this venue so many times, and it really brings everybody from everywhere. I don't want to say half of the people are from Porter Ranch, but probably half of the people from Porter Ranch. And this will place you on the map. To have our booth with the name in emergency preparedness, it did wonders because I had a lot of people come in and ask. I gained almost 50 people to join the safety committee as members at the time. We got so many people interested and they got certified as CERT. So this is the same way. In here, you could get a lot of the whatever ideas, concepts you want to introduce to the community, but it is a showcase that you cannot miss. 3,500, yes, is too high because of the budget cuts. 1,000 is a logical number because you still need budget for giveaways. You still need budget for a lot of whatever you printing materials and all that. And, I will help. I did a lot of the outreach activities in the park when we did it. And this one would be a walk in the park too. You should do it. I highly recommend you vote yes, everybody.
Thank you, Assad. Jason, you have another question?
Yeah, Dave, we have a youth committee, and the youth committee is working with the beautification committee on an environmental awareness event that's coming up in November. So we're actually going to probably have 2 booths. And I think we'd like to have the option to have more than 1 booth if it's possible. You think that's going to be an issue?
I couldn't tell you, Jason. I'm not formally on the committee this year because I'm on the foundation.
But our money is in MPG. Is that not enough money to buy booths? Like if we want 2 booths, like let's say
what you're asking is if you could get 2 booths. Is that
yeah,
it?
because like maybe the youth committee wants to have their own booth and do something fun, or maybe the outreach committee wants to have a booth. Maybe beautification wants to have a booth. Maybe we want to have a general booth for the board, you know? I'm just thinking, or I guess I'm just wondering if that's a possibility. That's
Well, anything is possible, and, but at least at this point, the only thing I've been authorized to say is that any sponsorship at any level would entitle you to a booth space. So that's something that I would have to go back, to the committee with.
I respect, you're not sure. I respect that. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, everyone. We do have a first and a second on an amended motion of $1,000. Should we move forward and call a vote? All right, Christine,
Okay, David Lasher,
I'll support 1,000.
David Balin,
David Malin,
we'll get back to him. Jason,
Yes.
Luis is absent. Becky, Jennifer,
Yes.
Voss,
Move for 1,000.
Christine, myself, yes for 1,000. Gabriel,
yes?
and Hilda is still ineligible.
Correct.
Let's get back to David Balin.
Yes, but I'd like to encourage the board members to participate. When only one or two people show up, it doesn't really do very well for the board. So
Put it
I
on the
hope,
retreat,
we're getting.
Gabriel. Put it on the retreat agenda.
So yes, on my behalf. So thank you.
Thank you, David.
Becky's ready. She's unmuted now.
Becky,
Yes.
Thank you.
okay, perfect. All right, we have 8. So it
So
passed.
8 motion passes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's go to item number 20. This is Jason.
Gabriel, let me just sign off by thanking the board very much for their action. Looking
Thank you,
forward to
David.
having you there. And I'll remind you that stakeholders can participate, in the outreach event as well. So I would encourage try to round up some stakeholders to man the booth as well. We've always
Thank
had
you,
stakeholders. It's a lot of fun and a way to bring more people in. But
Can
thank
you
you
get
very
back
much.
to my question, Dave? Can you check on my question though about if our youth committee or another committee wants to have another booth?
I will check on that and get back to you, Jason.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dave, for hanging on. I know it lasted a longer than expected. There you go. Okay. Item number 20, Jason, please.
Yeah, so this just, and I kind of mentioned it with when Colin Cruz was on, I was in the park and I told Mirka because, they just did a cleanup less than a month ago in Limekiln Canyon. And then Mirka ran with it. They have this cleanup planned and we're gonna be working with, CD12 is heading it. I told them they can put our logo on the flyer, but I wanted to bring a motion. We're not really gonna have enough time to get a full co-sponsorship like we would. They want 30 days, the city, to approve the event. So, hold on, let me mute some of these background noises. Okay, sorry about that. So anyways, the plan is actually CD12 is gonna kind of head it up. We're gonna meet on the north side of the park on the 18th on Saturday, early in the morning. They're gonna take care of most everything, but of course we want to try and bring some stuff, water or any kind of supplies that we need, refreshments and things like that. So I just threw a little budget in there. The motion is basically to, we'll just participate, I guess, but it's up for discussion. If we're a co-sponsor, then I have to put the application in with the city clerk. And, it's gonna be, they're gonna tell me, well, we want 30 days. And I think we can have a booth at the fair. I mean, at the cleanup, well, we wouldn't have a booth, but we could all participate, basically. We're not gonna be doing booths, so. I think that's about it, but David's got his hand up. I want to hear it.
Yes, David?
Thank you, Jason. So I don't really know if we need to allocate funds. You know that my reach goes far and wide. I do know I've spoken to Walmart. Matter of fact, reached out to me the other day, and I was talking to them about Thanksgiving and what they're doing, and they're telling me nobody's reaching out to them. So I know that Walmart will support us like they did the last time. I know that
All right.
Starbucks will support us like they did the last time. So I don't know if maybe if we do approve something, it would be nice just to have it, but I'd like to not spend it if we don't have to, because I know that I can get the people to donate for us.
Yeah, no, that was amazing, and thank you for last time getting, Walmart and Starbucks to come. I guess I'm just like, when I go to a party, I go to somebody's house, I just like to come with something in my hand. So if you're getting Walmart to bring stuff, then that's fantastic. I'm fine with that.
Like I was saying, we can approve it, Jace. I don't have a problem, and I'll second your motion. But I'd like to at least
I guess maybe
reach
it
out
would
to the
be
community for what we can get for donations first before we spend our councilman. I prefer us, really focusing, the money that we spend, which is taxpayers' dollars, to be focused on our community, on our school.
Well, the
elderly,
supplies part of it,
Yeah.
I wanted to do a little bit of trimming, on the bushes there to kind of make them look nice. So getting, some supplies for that, like maybe some, some shears or some hand trimmers, little stuff like that.
Got it.
Some spray paint, the gray spray paint. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, we want to be able to get the job done. And
Are they going to allow us to spray paint this time around?
We'll work on that.
They said no the last time.
I know. Yeah, we'll work on that. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, just things to kind of help get the job done, I guess. But luckily Jill will be there, so she'll have a bunch of the grabbers, and we got the rakes and things like that. So, if we want to do like $100 or $50 or $75, that's probably
No.
fine.
We can approve. We can approve what you're offering.
Let's bring waters. Some maybe Gatorades or something. Just something light. It's anyways. Thank you for your and these events are so fun. So I hope that all you guys come out. I mean, we had so much fun cleaning up the south side, and I was personally playing with the frogs with my daughter, and Mirka and the councilman office. They had 2 people, and we were all there. It was like such a good team, and it was such a fun. The youth committee came out in force. It was just really a fun thing. Feel good at that. So, anyways, I thought.
Well, Jason, let them know how many. Let them know how many bags we ended up with.
Oh my gosh, it was like
73.
It was like 50 bags. Northridge West. Yeah, Northridge West came out with people. Yeah, it was almost 50 bags. It was just an insane amount. I mean, Jill's group from Volunteers Cleaning Communities, they work with David, and I know like trash was flying everywhere, but they got it all. It's insane when you go under that freeway and you see what's there. Go under Tampa there and you see like it's a good experience. Anyways.
Thank you, Jason. So we have a first and we have a second. Any public comment? Negative. Christine, you want to call the vote?
All right. David Lasher,
Yes, I approve it.
David Balin,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
okay, Becky,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Voss,
Yes.
Christine, myself, yes. Gabriel,
Yes.
okay, perfect. So it passes at 8.
Thank you. And Hilda is ineligible and Lewis is absent. So
Correct.
Thank you. Let's go to item number 21. This is Christine and Becky.
And Becky is gonna take this one over.
Okay. I'm trying to unmute. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Jane Stanton is on and the YMCA. Jane, are you there? Can we let her speak? I'll
Who
make,
you trying to let in? Jane Stanton?
yeah,
Let
Jane.
me get her. I got it. Don't worry. Welcome, Jane. It's been a
Hi.
while. Nice to see you.
How's everybody?
Good. How are you?
I am terrific.
Good. Want to tell us a little bit? We have a motion on our agenda to approve $1,500 to be used for Thanksgiving baskets for the needy families in the community. And Mr. Dan Lowell or Miss Jane Stanton, who is right here, will be joining us and discussing exactly how that money will be used.
Right. Is Dave Hartmeyer on? Can you let him in? Do you see him?
Let me see if he's on.
Yes, I'll bring him. You got him?
You got him, Jason?
It's all done.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. Okay, great.
Okay, so I want to introduce Dave. Dave has been in the YMCA since he was 2 years old. And he is absolutely a terrific guy. He's been with the Y for a very long time. And he has just started September 1st as our executive director for the North Valley YMCA after serving at the East Valley Y. So there is Dave. You see him there. I'm going to let him start with the presentation for the request for $1,500.
Thank you, Jane. Hello, everyone. I heard you talking about an hour ago about maybe getting together and putting together some turkeys to give to the community. And have we got an opportunity for you? We're going to be putting together about 3,500 bags of Thanksgiving goodies to give to families in the northern San Fernando Valley, many in the Porter Ranch area. We work with all the schools in the area, and then folks also come to the Y and pick up the bags at the Y as well. It's an amazing project. If you've been part of it, you're aware, and we would really appreciate your support as we push to ease any of the problems that families in the northern San Fernando Valley might face during the Thanksgiving holidays.
Okay.
Thank you, Dave.
We can either do an NPG, do this through an NPG, or we can do it as an advertising package. And I thought,
It's an MPG, Becky.
did we get a copy of the NPG?
Yeah.
Oh, we do have it.
I have it here.
Yeah,
Okay,
Gabriel will
awesome.
pull it up.
Screen.
Don't worry. I'm looking at it here.
There you go.
Okay. Okay, and I guess we should call for a second.
I second.
Who's second?
Okay.
Boss second? Okay.
And discussion?
See, any
If
questions?
you scroll
from-
down a little bit on it, it's better, Gabriel, because they can see the.
Smaller, this way?
Stand by, hold on. Yeah, just so they can see the description and all that. Yeah, there you go, that section right there.
Perfect. David Valen has a question.
I have a lot of questions. All right, first off, this is a little misleading, so let's be truthful about this. Is his name Dave? Dave, you said you work with the schools. Do you know how many students or how many families at Castle Bay as well as PRCS are in need? Because I do. So what's your count?
We don't have the count for this year yet. I was talking to Jane earlier, and I believe between the two schools is around 25 to 30 families that were identified from those two schools.
So I can tell you, I've spoken with David over at Castle Bay. They have a little less than 20. I've spoken to Avak Demergy. They have less than 5. So I really need to understand, Hope of the Valley can put out meals for $2.50 per meal. So I'm really trying to figure out where $1,500 is going to go. If we don't have that many people up in the Porter Ranch area that are needy, why are we needing $1,500? We have to watch the taxpayers' dollars and where they're going. Can you help me? Can you explain to me that where we're sending this money?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, other folks in the surrounding communities benefit as well, but we also give out over 100 baskets at the Y. We most of the baskets are distributed at schools, but we also have a pickup at the Y in Porter Ranch, and over 100 families come to pick that up as well.
But those could be people. Those could be families that are outside the Porter Ranch area, correct?
They could be from anywhere. We don't have any restrictions on who we give them to when they come up to us.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Okay, there we go. David Lasher?
Yeah, not to jump on Dave's bandwagon, but that's my concern. I mean, the median household income in Porter Ranch, we are blessed. And I'm probably, I'm not living up in the rare air and Renaissance either, but the median household income in Porter Ranch, $117,000. We don't have hundreds, or certainly not hundreds, of folks that are in need. There are some folks, the 20, the 20, and the 5, but we keep having these proposals to throw money everywhere outside of Porter Ranch when we only have so much money. And then all year long, people come calling, well, why did you support this? Why did you support that in Porter Ranch? So we should, there's plenty of money in different neighborhood councils that are actually affected by this situation. And we all give to charity and the like, and that's wonderful. But I'm on Dave with this. I don't understand the need in Porter Ranch because it doesn't exist.
Thank you, David. Becky? We can't hear you, Becky.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I just like to remind everyone that we have more than 2 schools. We also have Nobel, we have Granada, we have Chatsworth High School, we have students from all over the place, families with needs. And I think this is Thanksgiving. We don't only have to think about the rich people of Porter Ranch, but we also have to think about the people that are hungry, the people that have no food. And what kind of people are we if we can't share our wealth with others? And that's why I think this is such an important motion. And I hope the board looks at it that way, that there are people out there hungry. And if Porter Ranch can help feed them, I think we should, but that's just my opinion and one vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Jennifer?
Hi, I'm David Lasher. I respectfully disagree. I wouldn't say that there isn't a need in Porter Ranch, especially during the quarantine, COVID lockdown. I know a lot of close friends that live in the area that lost their income, they lost their jobs. They did struggle during the year. So I feel like if we can just please take that into consideration, the fact that, a lot of people did lose their jobs, whether it was Porter Ranch or not. Yes, technically we're more well off than like other cities because of our median average of income, but still, it's been a hard year and a half for a lot of people. And we just need to be mindful of that, regardless of zip code. So thanks.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any other board member comments?
Gabriel, I have one more, please.
Go for it, David.
This is to Dave once again. So let's talk about your board. Your board has SoCal Gas as board members, and you also have Councilman Lee's on your board as well. Can you let this board know how much money they're going to put out for this event, please?
Well, I could share that our goal is to raise about $75,000 to support this event. It is from all sectors of the community across all spectrums. We have several fundraisers throughout the year as well that many of our board members and other folks in the community support. So I don't have specifics on those 2 individuals, but I could tell you that it's supported widely throughout the community. Not this event, but just many others. I was going to piggyback a little bit on what Jennifer said earlier, and I thank her for her comments because we've found over the past year and a half a great need for food in the community, and we've been giving out food at the Y every week. 75 to 100 meals a week in produce with people lining up in the parking lot to pick it up. And it's been very, very, very much appreciated.
And that's very respectful. Just so you know, like Hope of the Valley, they'll be feeding 250,000 people on Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you, David and David. Jason?
All right. Like approximately how much is the cost of one basket? Approximately, ballpark.
About $40.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. You know, I agree with the point. I think Becky made the point about the other schools, so I agree with that. And I thank David for doing his due diligence on this. And it's pretty cool because your numbers match up exactly. I think you said 25 to 30, and then David said 20 plus 5. So I think it is very important. You know, we supported the San Fernando Valley Rescue Mission. I know we supported them at COVID. I think it was about $1,000 we supported them with. You know, 1,500 is a little bit of a lot, but you know, I love Jane Stanton. I mean, Jane has been there with us, and she's led these cleanups and brought us in. And so that means a lot to me because, you know, my priority is cleaning up our community and making it look nice and maintaining our parks. And, you know, Jane, I hope we can, or David, now I know Jane has passed the torch on, but I hope that whatever level of funding we give you, that we can build that partnership again. And, you know, we can certainly benefit from your outreach when we do events. And so, you know, I certainly supporting you guys. The amount, you know, we're under constrained funding this year. But definitely, you know, I have a lot of love for the YMCA. And one last note, you have this, you know, entrance that is on Corbin that comes down where you have the fire was, right? And you have water down there, and that's our park, you know, and we want to, you know, do some nice, you know, projects over there and beautify it. And I think that, you know, there's a lot we can do. And I know, Jane, we talked about that dead tree. We finally got it taken out. So, you know, this is what's important to me. The money will work out, but the relationship is key. So thank you for bringing this to us. And I do support it in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Last two comments, and then let's call a vote. Becky?
Just to let everyone know, this is also a huge volunteer effort, because the people that put the baskets together, they do it out of the goodness of their heart. They don't get paid for it. The money goes for the food in the baskets, number one. Number two, David, could you tell the neighborhood council what kind of publicity they get? That's another part of it. We get our name on the wall at the YMCA for a year. That's one of the things. What else do we get to get our name out there in the community so people know that we're helping?
Well, we print a flyer that goes in every bag, and the name is in that as well. So 3,500 different bags with the name on it. Hang on, I've got the document, but I've got your screen. Jane, could you jump in? What are the other items that they would receive?
The letter that David's talking about is in every bag, and that lets everybody know all of the large donors that help make this possible. $70,000 is a lot, and we are going to use all of that with the project that we have. You'll be on the donor wall at the Y for a year, and many people will be able to see that also. The recognition on our website. And then what's most important is when people know that you helped, whether it was the schools or it was the walk-ins that got it that night in November. That is awesome to be able to say, that's my community, and that we were a part of the participants that helped. We work with at least 60 principals, and Dave talked about that with Castle Bay and Porter. but we work with a lot of principals and have them help name the ones that we're going to hand it out to. So it's really a community event and it's a partnership with many. Jason, thank you for your nice remarks. I appreciate that very much. And I hope that you do support us. We need your help.
Thank you. David Lasher, last comment.
Thanks, Gabriel. I support the why, support the effort. As a scout leader, I have served homeless meals at Thanksgiving and gone with my scouts and myself and my son and cleaned the homeless shelter down off of Rayan and Reseda. So I totally support the effort. I'm not going to make a motion or anything, but it'd be almost better to identify those 25, 30 families and directly support them versus supporting so much far outside of our sphere of influence as I see it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I see Glenn Bailey from attendees. Let him speak real quick and I will call the vote. Glenn?
Yeah, thank you. Glenn Bailey, I just wanted to speak from a little different perspective. Obviously, it's your decision, but I just wanted to give you from Northridge East Neighborhood Council, we were not one of the first neighborhood councils to participate in this program, just in terms of, not really maybe understanding the connection between the local schools. And when we did join in, we joined in at a lower level than some of the other neighborhood councils. And for the past few years, I don't know exactly how many, we are at that 1,500 level. We do have 4 elementary schools. And yes, there's more families of need within Northridge East than there are in Porter Ranch. So, that obviously reflects well Porter Ranch. But the comment I wanted to make was, for quite a while, there were folks who did ask when we debated this, why isn't Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council supporting this? And I don't know if you did some years and not other years, but it just seemed like the years that folks asked that you hadn't. And maybe that's why, because you didn't have as many families in need. But the fact is the facility is in Porter Ranch, and some support, especially with the walk-in activity and plus the assembly of the food baskets. So I think just being there with some contribution, so that just because you have you're blessed by having the YMCA physically located in Porter Ranch, right? And you're also blessed that you don't have the need as some of the surrounding communities. But nevertheless, when people are being asked to fund the program, even though it's based on their local schools, they do look around and say, which other neighborhood councils, just like your discussion earlier this evening about the other NPG, which neighborhood councils are contributing. So I just wanted to share that perspective, that because of where the Y is located and seeing your participation, it's important from others looking in from the outside on that. I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. All right, Christine, we already have a first, which was Becky. Voss seconded it. You want to call the vote?
Yes. David Lasher,
I'm gonna abstain.
David Balin,
Approved.
Jason,
Yes.
Luis is absent. Becky,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Absolutely, yes.
Boss,
Approve.
myself, approve. Gabriel,
Yes.
okay, and Hilda is ineligible, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we have 7, so it's approved.
Motion passes. Thank you, Christine.
You're welcome.
Let's go to the next item.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, David.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you,
you
David.
so much.
Nice to meet
Thank you. So Jason, make sure you send me the cleanup information.
Thank you, David.
I'll send it to Jane.
All right.
Oh.
Everybody's back on track. Perfect. Item number 22. Christine and Becky.
Okay, is David here? From Chatsworth Porter Ranch Chamber of Commerce?
I do
What's the
not.
last name? Let's see, David, hold on one second here.
I think he is in there somewhere. I hope he is.
I'll find him, don't worry.
Okay.
Well, I have Vicky, Sam, Madison, Judith. No, I don't see, oh. Do you see him, Gabriel?
No.
Okay.
It's okay, go on, Becky. I'll-
Okay, so it's, Porter Ranch, we are part of a Chamber of Commerce with Chatsworth, and we don't promote that enough. I don't think enough of us know that we are one chamber. So I'm making a motion to approve, Christine and I are making a motion to approve $500 in advertising package for the Chatsworth Porter Ranch Chamber of Commerce's State of the Community event. For that, we will get a freestanding banner at the event that if we want, it says PRNC. We used to have those banners. I don't know if we still do. We will have a place in the program for the event, and we will appear as a sponsor on the board for the event, and our logo will appear on their advertising.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
David Phelps is online. He's registered a different name.
Is he Heatland by any chance?
I believe so.
Okay, do you
Because I
want to
saw-
second it and then have him talk
Just hold
about
on, stand by, Becky, stand by. We're working on getting the
Okay.
panelist in. What was the name, Lasher?
I got him.
You got it? Okay. All right, continue, Becky, go ahead.
it? Did we want to second it and then have him talk about it, or?
Are you done with your,
Yeah, I made the motion.
I second.
Okay.
Last second. All right.
oh, there he is.
Can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes, we hear you.
I couldn't change my name before. It's a little restrictive when you're not in the panel, but here, I'll change it now.
No worries. I saw your name pop, raise your hand. I'm like, that's not who we're looking for.
Good evening, everyone. I know it's been a long meeting, so I'm going to end it on an up note. My name is David Phelps. I'm here on behalf of the Chatsworth Porter Ranch Chamber of Commerce. So we're an organization that your area covers, and we are promoting our State of Community event that's coming up. It's going to be our first live event for the chamber since pretty much 2019. Because the chamber's been an event-based organization, it's been challenging to raising funds for the chamber. And because of that, we've had dedicated members who have volunteered their time to keep the chamber going during the pandemic. But this event is intended to kind of bring the chamber back, so to speak, to re-announce its presence. The chamber is doing a lot of great things right now, including bringing together manufacturers in the area to heighten the importance of manufacturing companies and the fact that they're headquartered here, and a lot of people don't know about that. But most importantly, one of the things that we're highlighting at the State of Community event on Thursday, October 14th, is the Vineyards at Porter Ranch Shopping Plaza. It really hasn't gotten a lot of attention since it's opened, obviously because it opened right around the time that the pandemic hit. But it was important to the chamber to highlight an important new center of commerce in the community. And that's why we've been working with Chappelle Properties and the Vineyards at Porter Ranch to host the event in their community room. We're taking a lot of precautions to make sure that it is safe for everyone attending. We'll be requesting either proof of vaccination or a test shown within the last 72 hours prior to attendance at the event. We're also looking at several ways to spread out seating. It's not going to be a huge event. It's going to be about 80 to 100 people. And community members are allowed to purchase tickets if they like. But in specific, as it relates to the neighborhood council here, we are requesting money for, or rather, the neighborhood council is looking to place an ad in the program journal, advertising the neighborhood council to all of the attendees that will be there, plus any key community stakeholders that we share the program journal with as well. I'm going to take a little bit of a point of privilege because I've seen, because we're an organization from Porter Ranch, and I've seen the levels of support that you've provided other organizations. I'm going to go out on a limb here and see if we could maybe perhaps ask neighborhood council to support the chamber with a full page ad of $1,000. I'll put that out there for discussion if it's appropriate. But this ad is important, recognizes all of the active organizations in the community, the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council being a very important one. And we're just really happy to be hosting the event in Porter Ranch. This is the first time that we're hosting it at somewhere besides the Porter Valley Country Club, and I think that's important to note, and to support the new businesses that have come into the area. So we're very proud to be hosting the event live once again for the Chatsworth Porter Ranch Chamber of Commerce and the State of Community. And we do have a couple key VIPs that are coming. Our Congressman Brad Sherman, City Council Member John Lee, City Council Member Bob Blumenfield. We have an LAPD Captain Burns coming, and LAUSD School Board Member Scott Schmerelson. So this is a good opportunity for key stakeholders, business community members to attend, and we appreciate the neighborhood council's consideration in participating as an ad sponsor.
Thank you, David. I see David Balin has his hand up.
Yep. So you're absolutely correct. The room at the Vineyard is not very big, and you'll be lucky to get 80 people in there. That's unfortunate. You guys have moved from the country club, which was a lot larger, and you could have more people there. Do you have a board member that is attending your chamber at this time?
We have a board. There are a couple of board members that are on the call, but they are abstaining from speaking because they are members.
No. My question is, do you have a Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council board member who's attending the chamber? I mean, you guys are coming to us for support. I'm just, normally a chamber would encourage a board to have full participation, at their meetings. So my question is, do you have a Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council member attending your chamber at this time?
I don't have an RSVP list of who's attending the event at this time.
No. You guys, you have meetings. I'm just wondering, do you have a Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council member that's attending your monthly meetings that you have? I'm just trying to understand, if you have support from the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council.
From the people that I see on this call, I do not believe anybody currently serves or attends the board meeting.
Okay. My recommendation would be to support you, but at a much lower level. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Jason?
But just a point of clarification that
yes.
the event is open to community members, although it will be limited when we hit capacity. It seats more than 80, it seats up to 120, but we are going to be looking at spacing and being very careful and considerate of people's comfortability at this event. So we're not going to try to pack it in and sell as many tickets as we can. It's about quality, not quantity. We want to have a good positive event here. And the community room is a great way to highlight the shopping plaza and to support the new businesses that are there. And that's why we're hosting it there.
Thank you. Jason?
Well, usually from a treasurer perspective, we cannot support anything that costs money. You know what I'm saying? Because we have public funds, right? So whatever we sponsor has to be something that's free and open to the public. So being that this is a ticketed event, it seems to me the workaround is the advertisement, right? We're basically, so, I guess keep that in mind as a board. We are purchasing a half is it a half-page advertisement? That's what this is for? And the other things here I see, but it's a half-page advertisement. So I don't know if it'll fly with the city clerk, but I guess my overall opinion is like, you know, I guess David's point is like, how many of us on the board are involved in the chamber, right? That's the question he's asking, which is a good question. And it's the same thing, like I said on the last one, not the why, but before that, the parade. If we're not going to be involved, you know, so I think how much are the tickets for the event?
The tickets are $50 for non-members and $40 for members.
So $50. So like, how many of us, I guess the question is like, how many of us plan on going? And, you know, if there's going to be any outreach component other than somebody sees an advertisement, right? Like if you see Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council advertisement, but I do want to support the chamber. I mean, I think it's important to support the business community, to build that relationship with the chamber. We haven't had a relationship with the chamber in the past, really, even though it's a Porter Ranch chamber. I think that's an important relation to have, but I think with Aliso Canyon, you know, the chamber took a position which wasn't necessarily to the liking of a lot of community members, right? In supporting, I mean, they came out and spoke publicly against, you know, not necessarily you guys, this chamber, but other chambers or alliances of chambers, you know, like VICA, for example. I mean, not to belabor the point, but I was at a hearing and the guy from VICA from Sherman Oaks was telling us how, you know, just trying to give us a lesson on methane, you know, and it's like, you know, we suffer here. So, but I'm about forgetting and moving on and building relationships. That's what I'm about. So.
Well, and I wouldn't want to compare your neighborhood council to any other neighborhood council. So, you know, this chamber is unique in its own way, and it has its own positions and participates in its own way, separate from other chambers, and that's why our chamber exists. So just putting that out there as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Becky?
Just one last comment. I think this is a Porter Ranch Chatsworth event. We have a new shopping center that we need to support. We have new businesses. We haven't really supported. I have been to some of the events personally and some of the meetings. But I think that this is a first step for Porter Ranch. I think it's an important step that we take. Our name's on the neighborhood council list, and I just think for $500, it's something that we should do to get our name out there and to support the businesses in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. And Voss?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, because I was thinking if they are charging $50 and $40 for the member, 50 for the public, I don't know if we can make it to 250 or still keep it 500. Thank you.
Thank you, Voss. David Lasser?
I'll ignore that. I couldn't hear, boss. I'm so sorry. Boss, can you repeat yourself?
Okay, I was saying like they are raising money from other sources also, like $50 from the public, non-members, and 40 from the members. They are having funds, raising funds from other sources also. So I don't know if it is reasonable, but in my opinion, we should give $250. Thank you.
I second that. I agree.
Back to me, Gabe.
Yeah, go for
Sorry,
it.
ignoring the procedural side of it.
No problem.
This is a Porter Ranch event and item. We support the business in Porter Ranch. We create jobs. My son works in the vineyards, which, not to be hypocritical or conflict of interest, he's a dishwasher. But the fact is that we need to support our businesses. That will, the rising tide, those jobs are going to help people get out of situations they're in because of COVID, and it is in Porter Ranch.
Thank you. And we had one comment. We do have a comment from Vicky from Stakeholder. Let's move on to it real quick.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very.
Okay, I just wanted to explain the chamber. Number one, we took no position on Aliso Canyon. We did not come out with a position. We are not political. We also do not have neighborhood council members on our board. We are composed of small businesses. That's what a chamber is. Gus's Barbecue, they will be catering this event. The YMCA is part of the chamber and other small businesses. So we don't have neighborhood council board members, quote, serving under the neighborhood council on the board because we are composed of businesses. So I just wanted to clarify that. And we did not take a position, although other councils might have or other chambers. We took no position because we are not political and we've never taken positions on political matters.
Thank you for answering my question, Vicky.
Okay. Assad?
Yes, thank you, Gabriel. Somehow my hand went down. David, great to see you here. Assad Al-Najjar, the ex-vice president of the PRNC, attended a lot of your meetings and events and paid out of pocket to be there. So to show that the PRNC is active within the chamber. And I think this is a great step, Becky and Christine. This is an overdue step where PRNC is part of the Chatsworth Porter Ranch. From one perspective, we are together right now, but along the line by 2030, possibly the specific plan for Chatsworth Porter Ranch will split us, meaning by 2030, there will be the Chatsworth Chamber of Commerce and the Porter Ranch Chamber of Commerce, if that's what the city direction is in 2030. But for meanwhile, we should work as a team with you guys. And eventually, if in 2030 we split, we will be like partners with two entities, but at the end, one goal. I am totally for this one. And I encourage everybody right now on the board to be active. These are wonderful meetings. I met a lot of the politicians in their meetings. I learned a lot of what's going on, not only in Chatsworth and Porter Ranch, in the citywide. They had a lot of city officials, county officials, congressmen come in and share with us. And I learned a lot for the past 2 years from attending their meetings. So I'm totally for it. I wish you could raise it from 500 to 1,000, but usually you cannot go up. City limit is the 500, and I think you should go with the 500. Becky, Christine, good job. I love it.
Thank you, Assad.
Thank you.
All right. I guess no other hands. Let's call a vote. Christine, we have a first, which was Becky, and Voss seconded it.
Okay, David Lasher,
Yes.
David Balin,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Luis is absent, Becky,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Boss,
Yes.
myself, yes, Gabriel,
Yes.
okay, and Hilda is ineligible, so it passes at 9.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Eight, you mean, right?
Yeah, sorry about that, 8.
Thank you.
Thank
Go
you
to
very
item-
much. We
Thank you.
appreciate it on behalf of the chamber and its members. Thank you for the neighborhood council's support as an ad sponsor.
Thank you, David. I
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Vicky. Thank you, David.
Thank you, David.
Is it okay for me to exit?
Yes, sir.
now? Okay.
We're gonna boot you out, don't worry. Francis has her hand up, Gabe.
I'm sorry, I had to step away to charge my laptop.
It's okay.
Was that vote for 500 or for 250?
500.
Oh, okay.
And you got the vote count?
Oh, yeah, I sure do.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, David. Okay. There you
Oh,
go.
I just kicked him out. Sorry.
Oh, well.
Wait, he can talk though. I think he's waving goodbye.
Got it. Okay, let's move on real quick. Jason, If you can make these quick, the
Yeah,
next,
can you pull up the letter? It's, I'll just read it. It's just a letter of support. You know, we're doing the grant
yeah, give
application.
me 1 second.
Okay, no problem. There you go. Oh no, that one, yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're trying to get letters of support. I'm working on getting one from CD12. Assad's been helping me with some of the elected officials. I'm gonna try and work with Jill with volunteers from Cleaning Communities. But basically, I just wrote a little paragraph. Hopefully you guys had a chance to read it. Just basically summarizes the project and our partners on it. And it's just part of the process. So if we can approve this formal letter, then I'll attach it with and just so everybody knows, we're in the second phase of the grant application process. We made it through the first phase and we're looking good. You know, they liked all our detail. So now we're just going to get a lot of good letters of support, and I'm asking them for funding too. So we're trying to get funds from other people. Deadline is September 30th for the grant application to get in. So I've been working with the youth committee on this. Anyways, it's getting late, so if there's any questions, let me know.
I'll second your letter, Jason.
Okay, got it.
And I don't see any questions, board questions. Anything? Christine, let's call a vote.
David Lasher,
Yes.
David Balin,
Yep.
Jason.
Yes.
Okay, Luis is absent. Becky,
We can't hear you, Becky.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Voss,
Yes.
myself, Christine, yes. Gabriel,
Yes,
okay, and Hilda is ineligible.
Hilda can vote on this. It's
Oh,
not
can she? Okay,
yes.
Hilda.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so approved now at 9.
That's it. It's good to go. Thank you.
Is there an attachment L? Did you
Yes.
do the?
This one,
Yeah, okay, great, perfect. Thank you.
I got it all. I just,
Yeah, just go to L, yeah.
there we go.
All right, so this is in process. It's basically the same thing. We're just kind of finalizing things. If you scroll down, the project has 4 components to it. Number 1 is the dog waste. Yeah, there you go, right there. Yeah, the dog waste bag holders. Number 2 is painting the trash cans. Number 3 is the benches, repairing the benches. And then the 4th one is the plaque. So we're working out the details with the youth committee together. They're working on getting some artists, some of the youth and things to do the paintings and ideas on quotes and things to the plaque. So we're all, but we'll keep you posted. But basically, the purpose of this motion is so that we can show them that we have funding secured for the project, so that when the application goes in, they know that the funds are all there. But I do anticipate getting money from other sources. I think that CD12 and maybe some other electeds, and we're trying to get letters of support from HOAs, you know, other entities. So that's pretty much what's going on with the. This is pretty much the focus right now. I'm focusing on this, right?
Thank you, Jason. Do we have a second?
I second.
Boss seconds. Any board member comments, questions? Attendees? Awesome. Christine, call the vote, please.
David Lasher,
Yes.
David Balin. David Balin. Jason,
Yes.
Luis is absent. Becky?
We can't hear you, Becky.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Voss?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Gabriel?
Yes?
And is Hilda able to, or?
No?
No, okay, so ineligible. And I didn't hear from David Balin.
David Bellin?
I said, oh my God. I said yes, hello.
Thank you. We didn't hear you.
Oh, 4 times. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it passes at 8.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Next item, and we're almost done, guys. Hold it, hang in there.
Now we're hearing you, Dave.
Item number 25, right? Let's see. Yeah, we're on 25. 25,
The minutes.
Christine, you want to read the motion real quick for the minutes?
Yes, let me pull it up. Okay, motion to approve July 14th, 2021 minutes.
I'll second that. That's Gabriel.
Okay,
Board member comments? Public comments? All right, call the vote.
David Lasher,
Yes, indeed.
David Balin.
Yes.
I'm glad I heard you this time. Jason,
No worries.
I'll abstain. I didn't read them.
Luis is absent. Becky,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Voss,
Yes.
myself, yes. Gabriel.
Yes.
Okay, so it passes again at 8.
Thank you. Next one, Christine, once again, it's yours, number 28.
See here.
Wait, number 28, number 26, sorry.
It's okay. Okay, so motion to approve August 11, 2021 minutes.
I'll second it. Gabriel?
Okay, so we'll take a vote. David Lasher.
Actually, board member comments?
Oh, sorry.
No problem. Attendee comments, and Christine, do your thing.
David Lasher.
Yes.
David Balin.
Yes.
Jason.
Yeah, I abstain.
Okay, Luis is absent. Becky.
Yes.
Jennifer.
Yes.
Voss.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Gabriel.
Yes.
Okay, so it passes at 7.
Thank you. And the next item is discussion and possible action to designate one member of the board to pick up the election records on behalf of PRNC. Do we have any board members that want to take that, commit to that?
Can you just tell a little background really quickly what is that something we normally do or we need to do or we want
Boss,
to do?
you want to take this one? I know you asked for.
Just a minute. I don't have that one at this moment, but there was a like. I
You don't have to read it, but just tell me off the top of your head, what is the
Okay,
purpose of
this is like regarding the elections for PRNC results, and Empower LA has asked us to nominate or send one authorized representative after September 30th to pick up those results. And if they are not picked up by December 31st, they will trash it. There will be no way to retrieve them.
You mean the ballots?
Results, election results.
Like the official ballots, is that what they're saying? They want,
You-
oh, yeah, okay.
Official election results from the city clerk's office.
We're supposed to be doing that, and
They have asked us if you want it, then you can send someone, and that person has to be like Empower LA.
I never saw that email or anything. I don't know if anybody saw that.
If I see, I will let you forward it to you. I think it was to the PRNC.
Maybe I didn't see it.
Yeah.
But we have some hands up. David.
David, yeah, David Balin.
You know what? I mean, here's, I guess the question is, if we go and pick up the results, are we going to look through them? Are we going to quantify and clarify that things were done properly? Or are we just going to realize that the election was just a mess and just let it go? Why we even waste our time driving down there?
That is for the record purpose. If the council wants to have it for the record, that is for the record purpose.
So, but once again, boss, I guess the question is I'll pose to you or Gabriel. If we go and pick them up, do you want to go through them and recount them and just make sure what the city did or what Dunn did was, I mean, maybe you haven't paid it, maybe you haven't come to any of the election meetings, but at the end of the day, when we're talking about the 99 councils straight across the board, every council was just beyond words what a mess the election was. So the question is, do we really want to keep it or just let it go? Because it was just a mess. So it's up to you. I mean, if you want to go get it, then you should get it.
It's up to the
Thank you.
PRNC. The email is not clear on that. It only says it is for the record purpose. It doesn't say anything else. So it is for the PRNC board to decide whether they want it or not.
I say let's abandon the motion.
I have a question.
Yes.
I think David has a good point because why are we gonna go down there and do it if the election's over? And then the other point is it wouldn't be right for somebody who is involved in the election to go down there and pick those up, right? It would be the election committee who would be doing that, right? Because when we ran the election, the people running couldn't be part of the election process. So this is a little bit, I agree with Gabriel, unless we have a specific purpose or need, I don't see any reason that we would go and get this. I never heard of doing this in the past.
Yeah, that's the first time we heard about this.
I see Glenn Bailey, though, our resident expert on neighborhood councils, has his hand up.
Should we bring him in? All right, Glenn.
Bring him in.
You're in.
Good evening, Glenn Bailey, still here. Is Gibson on?
Nope.
Okay. So I've done this in the past, at least as long as the city clerk has been doing it. So it's not just the results. In fact, the results is probably the least value. What this includes is the voter registration forms. And the purpose of that, of course, is to do outreach to everyone who did vote in the election. Now, maybe they're already on your list, but you won't really know that until you get the records, and then you'll know.
Will you make sure everything's shut, closed, and everything?
Someone might want to mute Becky.
I got it.
All right. So that is what I see as the primary benefit, is to anyone you're adding to your outreach, your newsletter, etc. Let me just let you know that 2019, I was able to work out a deal for RNEA. And actually I didn't have to do much because she actually approached us. She picked up for a number of neighborhood councils and then delivered it to our meeting. Now, obviously the timing of this is, we don't know when we're going to be going back to in-person meetings, but at some point we will be. So if that helps, just making the vote to get the records, if you find that's of value. And then the city clerk has allowed the NEA to pick up or you could authorize your president to authorize the NEA if you want to save your trip to going down to Piper Tech downtown LA.
Yeah, it's a pain going down there. I've been down there. But I don't know what we can do with that information like that. Can we enter those people in our database, because they voted? Do we have authorization to, share information, right? So can we start sending them our emails, without their consent? So that's another question. I think that, we need a little clarity on that.
Okay, well, that would be up to your email provider, but that is what all.
Well, there's
as far as-
privacy laws, Glenn, you know what I'm saying? There's
Okay,
privacy laws.
The whole point of the department done and now city clerk, the whole point of providing this is for the outreach purposes, but yeah, I guess.
I mean, I'd like to hear from them then saying, okay, yeah, you guys can use that information, right?
Okay, well, then check with Gibson. That's it. Thank you.
No problem. Should we table this, guys?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to table it.
I'll second it. All right. Let's put it table. Sounds good. Do we have to? I don't think we need to call a vote to table it, right? We got a first and a second. It's good for me. Let's go to item number 28, board member and committee updates. I can do a quick start on this one. I spoke to John Love recently and he gave me a couple of updates. The hotel will be breaking ground in 2 to 3 months, which is the Hampton Inn, 100 rooms and 4 floors. Lures Fish House is opening up in a couple of weeks. Habit is opening up in October. Silver Lake Ramen is opening up in 6 weeks. And if you need any more information, I was told to go to vineyardsporterranch.com. One thing we should look out for is, and there will be a land use meeting for it, that they're trying to open up a Walmart gas station and a Walmart shopping center, and including a mini mart. It's supposed to be 8 stations and a mini market, and there'll be more information coming on that soon. So I'll pass that on to the next board. David Balin, Sears.
I'll pass.
Thank you. Jason?
I'll just comment on what you just said about the Walmart. Make sure you move on that quickly, get them to come present as soon as possible to the land use committee.
Correct.
That's my advice, but we talked plenty about beautification already, so I'll take a pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Vas?
Yeah, I had attended the Congress planning meeting this past Saturday, September 4th. And we were advised that till that September 4th, 125 board members have registered for the Congress, out of which 3 members were from the board, Porter and Neighborhood Council. So I encourage everyone to go register for that and make plans to attend that meeting, the webinars and the workshops. Thank you.
Thank you, Vas.
You're welcome.
See, any other board member comments?
Briefly,
Go for it.
support your small businesses in our area and go see the new movie at the new movie theater. It's a fantastic venue in Chop Drawer and lots of great places to support small businesses right nearby. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Anything else? Anybody wants to add? I hear that I see Asada wants to say something real quick. Give him the opportunity and then we'll end the meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Gabriel. I guess maybe you missed me in 27. The one before you tabled it, I raised my hand. The whole data that you should, I encourage you to get, because of the fact the past 5 meetings that I attended, all the meetings that Don and city clerk had, they encourage the neighborhood council to use this data so that they come back with feedback. And I think Glenn could support me on that. Feedback to Don, so that on the pitfalls and the mistakes and what happened to not occur again in the next election. Now, the data is there. I think I shared it with a few of you. There was 358 ballots registered from Porter Ranch, 286 received. And this data they were showing in every single meeting, along with other. This will be beneficial for Jennifer, I think, on the elections, to come out with a list of what to do for the next elections. And I don't have the dates, Glenn probably have them, but they are expecting feedback from the neighborhood council on a lot of what the issues were. And I think David Balin tried to relate many of these on your behalf while the election is going, but then now is the time where, you know, Jennifer could take the lead on it. If you at least ask them for the PowerPoint, which is they'll be using. It has a nice chart showing us we were in the, you know, the low end. So I encourage you, you know, to get it, analyze it, and we could talk offline on this one if you like, guys, or in the retreat.
Thank you, Asad.
Thank
Yeah,
you. Thank you,
I'll add
sir.
on the retreat.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we're with no further objection. Let's call the meeting and end at 10:46 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Marathon.
Thank
Have
you.
a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Hey, Jason, hey, Gabriel, can we
Yes,
just, like 15 more minutes?
No, not this
Okay.
time.
Welcome,
you.
Hilda. Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats, Hilda. And I want
Congrats,
to
Hilda.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Hilda.
bearing with me on my first night as taking over as
Good job, Christine.
Good job.
You're a
Thank
Thank
you.
trooper.
you.
Thank
the
you,
board
Christine.
members that were gracious. So thank you guys.
Yeah.
Welcome,
Thank
Hilda.
you.
Good job,
Looking
Christine.
forward,
Thank you.
looking forward working with each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
so
everyone.
much. Thank
Have a
you,
wonderful
everyone.
evening.
Good night.
Good
Bye-bye.
night.